Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and very warm welcome to this Info Day that is dedicated to the Net Zero Technologies Call 2025 under the Innovation Fund, which was launched on the 4th of December. I'm Roman Dobrava, I'm the head of unit for the Innovation Fund at CINEA, and I'm very pleased to accompany you today. We are extremely honored by the number of registered participants today. The latest number is that we should be more than 2,300 people today. So thank you very much for your attention, for being with us today and following this, this Info Day with us. We have quite a rich agenda for today. We will keep you busy until approximately 3 hours in the afternoon. In the morning, we will walk through the policy context for this call and for the Innovation Fund. We will show some statistics from the portfolio. We will present the features of this call, the general provisions, and then we will plunge deeper into the award criteria in detail. Colleagues both from CNEA and DG CLIMA are here today, and I hope that we will fulfill our objective to give you all the necessary information so that you are well equipped to prepare your proposals following this Info Day. In the afternoon session, we will look more into the connected features of the Innovation Fund, very important. We will present the project development assistance. We will hear from successful projects under the Innovation Fund from the previous calls. We will hear from their experience and some tips for good preparation of the proposal. Then we will have a session dedicated to the national contact points and the support that they can provide you with your projects. And we will hear from some of the national contact points also on their services that they can provide and as an inspiration potentially for other countries. So we should try to finish by 3 p.m. We will have Q&A sessions in the meantime, and there will be a lunch break for 1 hour, after which we will meet again in the same link, in the same room, to continue with the afternoon session. One important disclaimer before we start. We are publishing a lot of information, which is available whether it is this recording, the slides, or a number of tutorials that have been prepared for you on various aspects of this call. There is a call document, the FAQ. So in case there will be any discrepancies between the different documents, please note that it's always the official call document and the related official FAQ document published on the Funding and Tenders portal that take precedent over any other material. And of course, the information provided today is without prejudice to the assessment of submitted proposals. How we will work together, we will use Slido to collect your questions. So please go to slido.com #InnovationFund25 and Zero Technologies, or just download the QR code that you see on the screen. The event will be recorded. Both the recordings and the slides will be published shortly after the event at the website of CINEA. Please note that not all questions can be answered in a personalized manner. For example, if a question needs further analysis, is unclear, or if it will be answered in following presentations. So please have this in mind. There is a full team with us today, and thank you, colleagues, for joining us to work in the back office for this event. We will do our best to answer as many questions as we can, either live directly or during the Q&A sessions, where we will pick the questions and answer them live. I hope this is all clear. Please bear with us. It may take some time to answer the question in case there will be many questions coming, but we will do our best to be fast and efficient. So I hope this is all clear for the beginning. And without any further ado, I'm very pleased to welcome Stefanie Hiesinger, who is the head of unit at DG CLIMA, who is responsible for Innovation Fund and many other things. So happy to have you with us, Stefanie, and over to you.
Thank you, Roman, and well, I'm also very pleased to be here, and a warm welcome also to the audience out there, which unfortunately we cannot see, but we trust that you are all connected and following this Info Day today with a lot of interest. I will briefly provide you with a short policy context of the Innovation Fund and its operations. Well, the Innovation Fund, of course, is closely related to Europe's ambition to become the world's first climate-neutral continent while strengthening its economic base and industrial leadership. This ambition has been reconfirmed recently also in the political agreement on a 90% target, headline target for 2040. But we are then still also moving ahead, reaching climate neutrality in 2050. This dual objective, so climate ambition and competitiveness, is the next phase of Europe's growth model, and it requires, of course, decisive action and investment already today. To be very direct, delivering this ambition will not be possible without rapid development, scale-up and deployment of net zero technologies. And that's why we launch this call under the Innovation Fund. Clean hydrogen, advanced renewables, energy storage, carbon capture and storage, and climate-neutral industrial processes are not only essential to reduce the emissions, they are also critical for ensuring that European industry remains competitive in a fast-moving global landscape. The Innovation Fund, with the three calls that we actually launched early December, so today we talk about the general Net Zero Technologies call, but there are two other calls, an auction for industrial heat decarbonization as well as the hydrogen auction that have been launched. And all those initiatives play a central role in turning this vision into reality. By supporting first-of-a-kind and large-scale innovative projects, it helps bridging the gap between innovation and market deployment, de-risking investments and accelerating the transition to a net zero economy. We are presenting today to you the new rounds of calls under the Innovation Fund. It's an important opportunity to mobilize the necessary investment to unlock industrial innovation and reinforce Europe's leadership in clean technologies at a moment when speed and scale both matters a lot. So Roman will run you through the portfolio. In terms of the targets, I already mentioned we have the 90% emission reduction target now politically agreed by 2040 and a 2050 climate neutrality target enshrined in the European climate law. From this trajectory, you can see that we need to intensify our efforts to decarbonize industry. We need to move forward also on carbon removal technologies, and natural sinks need to be sped up. So that we can ultimately deliver. The Innovation Fund also accelerates a number of policy initiatives or political initiatives for industrial competitiveness and works in synchronization with them. On the one hand, the industrial carbon management strategy with the projects that we finance on CCS in particular, where also we have, for example, as in the IF24 call, we had the first full integrated value chain project funded from the Innovation Fund. We also support the Sustainable Transport Investment Plan recently adopted, the Clean Industrial Deal, obviously, where there is another initiative, the Industrial Decarbonization Bank for financing industrial decarbonization coming forward next year. And then also with the CCS projects that we support, we already finance 40% of the target set out in the Net Zero Industry Act when it comes to capturing CO2. The 2025 Innovation Fund call, well, provides new funding opportunities. I already mentioned it. We have 3 calls in total worth 5.2 billion euros. All of them are financed from revenues from the EU emissions trading system. The Net Zero Technologies call that we are talking about today has a budget of 2.9 billion euros. The hydrogen auction, the 3rd round of the hydrogen auction, has a budget of 1.3 billion, and the pilot auction for industrial heat decarbonization has a budget of 1 billion euro. This last auction is a pilot for the Industrial Decarbonization Bank, in particular in the sense that it's for the first time that CO2 abatement is the metric. Then in the Net Zero Technologies call, what is important is that we look back at a very successful 2024 Net Zero Technologies call, which closed in the fall. And we have focused a lot on continuity, so not to make a complete overhaul of the rules, because many of you are already very well acquainted with the requirements under the different calls, and we want to focus on continuity so that more projects can in the end be successful. We also increased the budget by 500 million euros from 2.4 to 2.9 billion for this call, taking into account the huge oversubscription of the IF24 call, knowing at the same time that 2.9 billion will still not be sufficient to serve everyone. In the IF24 we had selected 61 projects, and an additional 100 projects received the STEP seal, and we could not fund them, but they are now visible on the STEP portal. So that oversubscription, I think, will also this year materialize, but we did what we could to already increase the budget of the call. Last but not least, just a word on what we call grants as a service. We have been spearheading under the auction for hydrogen, what we call auction as a service, where we use the European selection to enable member states to finance projects on their territory that we cannot finance due to the limited budget that we have. So member states can come forward with an additional budget. All of this is in general state aid cleared before the results are available, and then projects that pass all minimum requirements but cannot be funded directly from the Innovation Fund can be financed from the member states. Of course, as before, also member states can also top up the funding from the Innovation Fund, since the Innovation Fund only covers 60% of the relevant costs. The remaining 40% can also be topped up via state aid. We already had the possibility for member states in 2024, but then the CSAF framework that was adopted this year, so the state aid guidelines, they have brought significant advantages with state aid requirements being streamlined and also the notification process for member states being facilitated. The scope of grants as a service has been extended to clean tech manufacturing, and also in terms of the sizing of the aid, we will apply the Innovation Fund methodology if then that is combined with possible clawbacks. Of course, we help a lot and work very closely with the member states in setting up these schemes. That is in both our interest, because we also want to help member states that may not have the necessary administrative capacity here to be successful in the Innovation Fund. So there is a concept note published on our website. If you are entering into talks also with your respective member state, it may be good also to mention this possibility. Again, looking at the huge oversubscription of the calls, we would welcome if member states were taking this forward. And then on the STEP seal, which I already mentioned, so quite many Innovation Fund applicants in the end are not successful by securing a budget, but they are successful because they meet all the criteria. And then they receive the STEP seal. If they agree, they will be visible on the STEP portal with their contact details. And that seal, which is a quality label, can then lead to additional financing from other programs, such as cohesion policy funds, the modernization fund in the eligible member states, InvestEU, the Recovery and Resilience Facility, and even other union funds or programs. So there is more opportunity out there for those who receive the seal. That's why, we also think that may require some contact and discussion also with the member states, but it is really a great opportunity, and we are always very heartened to see that there is such a strong pipeline for the net zero technologies coming forward under the Innovation Fund, and we try to facilitate as much as we can that those very good projects that we cannot directly finance can be financed from other sources. And with that, I hand over back to Roman, who will indeed give you a bit more of an overview of the portfolio of the Innovation Fund and the good projects. We have some very interesting fact sheets also available on our website. So if you want to look at examples of projects that have been successful in the past, the information is there. With that, I wish you a very fruitful day. Please use the opportunity to ask all the questions you have. And then thanks, Roman, for taking this further.
Thank you so much, Stefanie, for presenting the context and how important the Innovation Fund is. In fact, it is one of the biggest funding instruments worldwide for low-carbon innovation and decarbonization technologies. We have prepared a couple of slides with information about the portfolio. How does it look today? But what is also important to mention is that the word innovation in the title Innovation Fund is not just because we support innovative projects, but also because we innovate how the fund is being designed and run. This is also shown on this slide. We started with the humble expectations in 2020, while going forward the landscape changed a lot as of 2023. We have merged previously separated lump sum calls into one net zero technology call that has been expanded, and we cover now large, medium, small scale projects, so that also the size of the project is reflected, and we ensure that the competition is between equals, and you can really compare with a similar project as yours. We have added additional topics related to manufacturing, because manufacturing is critical for Europe, and in particular manufacturing in low-carbon technologies. We have added the pilots topic, which addresses projects that are breakthrough, that bring really a very important innovation, but is not yet destined for full commercial deployment. And we also in 2023 for the first time launched the hydrogen auction call under the Hydrogen Bank. In 2024, we continued with this. We have expanded the coverage under the hydrogen auction, focusing specifically on maritime projects. We have launched, as you know, the specific battery manufacturing call. And this year, again, we are expanding the scope by launching a very new, for the first time, industrial heat decarbonization auction, which was published also on the 4th of December. And there are still some changes and innovations also in this call, which will be presented by colleagues. In terms of the coverage of the portfolio, we have 276 projects running as of today. You see the numbers on the screen. 79 projects are now preparing their grant agreements. So we are very busy with all those. We have already successfully closed 11 calls since 2020 and awarded over 15.8 billion euros to projects. This is a significant support to industry, significant support to our companies, supporting their competitiveness. And also given the very short period of time, because we are only 5th year in operation, This means that the scope and the size of the fund has increased significantly since its inception. We are covering already 28 countries, and with every call, we hope that also the last countries that are still not covered will join, with various speed, of course, and various number of projects in the different territories. In the last call, 2024, for instance, we were very pleased to see successful project in Romania for the first time, and we hope other countries will follow suit. Now, if you look to the distribution of projects per country when it comes to number of projects and the budget or the grants that are being allocated to these projects, you see on the screen that the main, if I call it beneficiaries in terms of territories, is Spain, France, Italy, Germany, Norway, Belgium, Netherlands, Sweden, Denmark, and Poland. While in terms of the budget allocated, it varies, and it always depends on the type of the project, on the size of the project, and it also reflects the economic pattern of the given country. For instance, if we take an example of Germany, we have mostly large-scale projects there, which is also reflected in the budget allocated, while if we look, for instance, to Italy, where we have most of the projects that are small scale, that also reflects the type of these investments, this is also reflected in the budget. So it's not a direct correlation. It is always the function of which projects are succeeding in the different call. These numbers are changing from call to call, given the size of our calls. 2.9 billion of this last call will also obviously be reflected after we close and evaluate the proposals here. On the right-hand side, we have countries that have their projects. I mentioned Romania in 2024, the first project, and we will have a dedicated session in the afternoon also presenting the importance of the national contact points and the services and support they can provide to you in case you are coming from these countries. We do hope that after this call also we see higher numbers there with selected projects. If you look to the sectoral spread of the portfolio, majority is sitting in the energy-intensive industries. That also includes the ICM sectors. Obviously, we have the large number of projects in the hydrogen, also because of the dedicated hydrogen auctions, but also because we still believe, despite the challenging context, that hydrogen is a key decarbonization vector in many industries. We have over 20% of the portfolio dedicated to manufacturing, and this is growing from call to call. You also see this in the increased budget for manufacturing under the 2025 call, because we do think it's important to support manufacturing projects for low carbon technologies. Over around 15% of projects are related to renewables and energy storage. Again, we do hope that we will see more coming out of this call. And we have around 6% of projects allocated in, I call it new sectors, because they came after the latest EU ETS revision, so maritime, road transport, aviation, and buildings. And we are glad to see that also the numbers in these sectors are increasing, and we see more successful projects. And again, I hope that also after this call, we shall see more of those projects succeeding. So all in all, the Innovation Fund is quite a universal instrument, if I may say so. We are technology agnostic. We focus on the excellence of the projects, on delivery of the projects, on the quality of the projects. We do not regulate which technologies are or are not there. This is really related to what the project aims to do. You see the wide spectrum of different technology or economic sectors that we are covering. And I think that is the key feature of the Innovation Fund also going forward, because we want to base the program on fair competition and excellence of the projects. And with this, I would pass the floor to Kostis Sakalaris from DG CLIMA, who will start plunging into the Innovation Fund 25 call. Kostis.
Okay, thank you very much, Roman, and thank you both Roman and Stephanie for their very nice introduction of the fund, both showing you the policy context, but also giving you an overview of what we have achieved so far and why we have been so successful. My role is mainly to provide you an overview of the call features of the 2025 Innovation Fund Net Zero Technologies call. And I would say, answering to what Roman said on how innovative we've been, I think the main innovation for the Net Zero call this year is that we have done the minimum amount of changes so that we can help you, since you're quite acquainted with our fund, that it will be easier for you to apply this year. Now pressing the correct button. So the call was launched on the 4th of December. About 10 days ago. I hope you had a chance to go through a bit the call documents. The Innovation Fund is not a very simple call, so familiarity with the call text and the templates would definitely help you, especially go through this day today. If there is one date that is very important for you to have in mind, is the deadline, the call deadline, which is the 23rd of April. Please try to prepare on time. Don't wait till last minute. It's not an easy call to prepare your proposal. You have to cover a number of issues. And because the fund is so successful, it's also quite competitive also. So only the best proposals actually manage to come into the main list. So it's important to start preparation as soon as possible. After the call ends, after the deadline, then the proposals move to CINEA, where they will coordinate the evaluation. The evaluation will be done with the same award criteria like last year and the previous years. And the evaluation will take all through the summer. Results should be available around the fourth quarter of 2026. Successful projects will be able to have a contribution, a lump sum contribution grant up to 60% of the relevant costs. Now, as Stephanie said, the budget of the call is 2.9 billion. Unfortunately, this money is not sufficient to cover all the high-quality proposals we receive. That's why, as Stephanie said, we also foresee the step seal. We have the possibility to grant of the service. Plus, there is the possibility for the unsuccessful projects this time to receive services of a project development assistance via the IEB, and there will be a relevant presentation in the afternoon. Now, let's move to the topics. Well, so the call will have 5 topics. The 5 topics can be organized, can be grouped as follows. So the first 3 topics are what we call the general decarbonization topics. They are split to cover the whole spectrum of capital expenditure from 2.5 million up to above 100 million. And based on the capital expenditure, we have the small-scale projects between 2.5 and 20 million, the medium-scale projects between 20 and 100 million euros, and the large-scale projects which are above 100 million. The topic budget is formed as follows. We have 1.2 billion for the large-scale projects, 300 million for the medium-scale projects. This is 100 more million than IF24, and 100 million for the small-scale projects. A fourth topic is the clean tech manufacturing for components. This also aims to support the implementation of the Net Zero Industrial Act, NZIA, where the capital expenditure is above 2.5 million. The topic budget is 1 billion euros. Basically, it's 300 more million than last year. And it covers components related to renewable energy, electrolyzers, fuel cells, energy storage solutions, and heat pumps. Finally, we have a fifth topic for the pilot projects. This covers activities similar to the general decarbonization topics, but here the focus is on validating, testing, and optimizing high innovative solutions. So here innovation and deep decarbonization are the key. And the topic budget is 300 million, again increased by 100 million compared to last year. In terms of the NZT call award criteria, we have maintained the criteria from last year. So we have the 5 criteria of the degree of innovation, GHG emission avoidance potential, project maturity, replicability, and cost efficiency. Plus, have bonus points, which complement the score of the projects based on their criteria. This year we have 3 bonus points instead of 4 from last year. Where you will have, we will present to you all these criteria in much more detail in the following presentations. Where I would like to focus more is on a couple of points. First of all, on the degree of innovation. As the portfolio of innovation gets larger, have more and more projects, so therefore, some of the innovations may already be there. So please try to look at the portfolio to make sure that your project is indeed quite innovative, because this is something that we will be checking. Also on the replicability, in Innovation 24, we try to refine a bit this criteria. This year we try to refine it even more, so we have just 2 sub-criteria, trying to focus more on the things that are more important for us. I think this slide is especially interesting for whoever is familiar with our fund, and especially people who have applied or were considering to apply in the past years. So the changes are quite limited compared to the Innovation Fund 24 call. And you can actually, they are summarized in these 5 bullets. The first one, actually, it's an obligation coming from the ETS directive, which provides that from 2025, the ETS revenues destined for the Innovation Fund should be used in accordance with the DNSH, so do not significant harm criteria, of Article 17 in the taxonomy regulation. So all projects should be DNS compliant. Secondly, we did some small changes in the eligibility criteria. So since we won't have a battery call this year, the manufacturing of electric vehicle battery cells is now eligible in the general call. Eligibility, of course, of course, projects to be eligible, they have to be compliant with the DNSH criteria, and activities primarily aimed at electricity generation from non-recycled fossil fuels, as well as activities for fuels and chemical production based on non-recycled fossil feedstocks are not eligible. This has been the case also in the past, but we try to clarify it because we have been receiving a number of questions this year. And you can understand that continued use of fossil fuel use is not aligned with the decarbonization aims of the fund. And this is the reason that we try to make it very clear this year. Another point that we try to further clarify is concerning the hydrogen production. Not hydrogen use. So hydrogen use is still is like the previous years and is eligible in the general call for industry, but for the hydrogen production projects which are eligible for the hydrogen auction, since they have a specific instrument for that, we decided to exclude them from the large and medium-scale project topics. Nevertheless, they're still eligible under the pilot and the small-scale project topics. The fourth point relates to the bonus points. As we said before, from the 4 bonus points of last year, we have moved now to 3 bonus points. What is the difference? Well, we had 2 bonus points last year, the previous years. One related to GHG savings, other GHG savings, and the other for additional electricity from renewables. We found out by assessing the previous proposals that specific sectors were favored by this. So therefore, at the same time, we wanted to promote more and attract more SMEs and small-scale projects, as we recognize that SMEs can play a very important role in Europe's decarbonization efforts. For this reason, we introduced a new bonus point for SMEs in place of the previous 2 points. Finally, we did some further refinements and clarifications on the context. Now, for the remaining minutes, I will describe a bit in a more detail the topics. So, for the general decarbonization topics, so this covers all small-scale, medium-scale, and large-scale projects topics. The aim is to promote sustainable development and technology leadership within the Europe, and of course, focus should be on the decarbonization. The activities that can be funded must relate to innovation in low-carbon technologies and processes in sectors listed in the Annex 1 and Annex 3 to the ETS directive, including products substituting carbon-intensive ones. They also cover CO2 capture and geological storage, and capture and utilization, but again in the Annex 1 of the ETS directive, as well as innovative renewable energy and energy storage technologies. On the eligibility aspects, I think we covered more or less everything before, but here I would like to emphasize that projects should operate at least 5 years after entry into operation, or at least 3 years if they are small-scale projects. They must contribute to the building the EU industrial capacity, technology leadership, and supply chain resilience, which is assessed under the replicability award criteria. And because we understand the problems of the small-scale projects, we are not that demanding in the degree of innovation, and then we can allow it to be, they can be innovative at a national level. The 2 minimum thresholds that need to be fulfilled by all the proposals here are that they should have at least a 50% relative GHG emission avoidance and at least a maximum 200 euros per ton of CO2 equivalent cost efficiency ratio. And these are some 3 examples of projects showing that we have a variety of projects, from ESAF projects to material production, enabling substitution, to innovative solution from integrated data center waste heat. So this topic is quite open and covers many decarbonization solutions. The 4th topic is the clean tech manufacturing topic. Here, we focus on the innovative manufacturing in clean tech for renewable energy, energy storage, hydrogen production, consumption, and heat pumps. The activities that can be funded are components of the areas I mentioned before. Note that when we refer to components, we also include the final equipment, such as wind turbines, solar panels, batteries, heat pumps, or electrolyzers, as well as subcomponents like nacelles or blades for wind turbines. Recycling or reusing of critical materials used in the mentioned equipment is definitely encouraged. Some important aspects, I mentioned about that EV battery cells are now included, while we exclude the demonstration of use of innovative components in power, heat and generation, energy storage production, and consumption of hydrogen. This should go under the general or pilot topics. The emphasis of the proposal should be on the degree of innovation, the project maturity, and the contribution to EU industrial leadership. And because for us it is important that these projects enter in operation as soon as possible, we foresee we give an incentive to projects that can achieve financial close within 2 years and enter into operation within 4 years. The project must operate at least 5 years after entry into operation, and the minimum threshold similar to the general decarbonization topic apply here. Finally, these are some examples for the manufacturing projects. You can find all these examples and many more on the Innovation Fund websites, on CINEA and CLIMA websites. And finally, about the pilot projects, we said the activities that can be funded are the same, but the focus here is the higher degree of innovation, and that an appropriate scale should be required for a pilot project. The aim should be to demonstrate the innovation and not basically to support the full-scale and commercial deployment of projects. This is not part of this topic. This would go under the general decarbonization topics. The aim is to demonstrate the project viability than their profitability. Typical projects have a lifetime of about 3 to 5 years. And since the aim is to be fully compatible with the 2050 climate neutrality objective, that's why the minimum threshold related to the GHG emission avoidance is increased to 75% compared to the 50%. Nevertheless, we have less stringent requirements for cost efficiency, now requiring a maximum of 2,000 euro per ton of CO2 instead of the 200 before. The maximum grant size is 40 million, and the same incentive for pilots that can enter into operation faster applies. Finally, if you have the time and you're not sure if this is exactly the funding program for you, we encourage you to go to our website and try the self-check questionnaire, where you can get an orientation if your project actually fits the requirements of the Innovation Fund. And with this, I think I can pass, and you can pass from my Greek Canadian accent to a great Australian accent. Thank you.
Thank you, Kostas. Good morning, everyone. So do no significant harm. First of all, what is do no significant harm? As many of you know, do no significant harm involves us measuring that our projects meet 6 environmental objectives: climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, water and marine resources, circular economy, pollution prevention and control, biodiversity and ecosystems, that we're not doing do no significant harm to these environmental objectives. This is a new requirement which was implemented as part of the last revision of the ETS directive, and it stipulates that Innovation Fund projects must ensure do no significant harm from this call, IF25 onwards. However, it's really important to note that the screening under the Innovation Fund is different to some other EU instruments. So screening will only be done against the technical screening criteria listed in the Climate Delegated Regulation and Environment Delegated Regulation, supplementing the EU Taxonomy Regulation. So there is no general obligation to show do no significant harm against the environmental objectives. Projects simply must show that they are aligned with the technical screening criteria for their economic activity where that applies. So what does this mean in practice? It means that not all EU taxonomy obligations apply. For example, there's no significant contribution test. There's only a test against the do no significant harm technical screening criteria. And it's also important to note, and we've had some questions already, I see, in Slido about this, that all previously eligible sectors will in general remain eligible to the Innovation Fund, although there are additional conditions. And that is achieved by sectors which do not have relevant technical screening criteria for their economic activity will be deemed to be DNSH compatible for the purposes of the Innovation Fund. Okay, so a bit more detail. What is the process for showing compliance with DNSH? In the first instance, you will have to submit as part of your application form Part B a DNSH compliance plan. So there's a specific part of the application form where we're looking for you to show a pathway to DNSH compliance. Additional monitoring and verification may be added if we see something missing as part of your proposal during the grant agreement preparation phase. And then at the end of operation of your project, so at the end of the Innovation Fund grant period, you'll be required to submit a report showing that you've been DNSH compliant throughout the project's lifetime. And now I'm going to step through the process for how to prepare a DNSH compliance plan. It's a 3-step process. The first is to select the relevant economic activity or activities for your project. Second step is to find the relevant technical screening criteria for those activities and assess whether you will be able to comply with them and identify any necessary actions to demonstrate that compliance. And finally, preparing the compliance plan itself for inclusion in application form Part B. Okay, so step 1, selecting the relevant economic activity. So the technical screening criteria, for those familiar with EU taxonomy, are dependent on the relevant economic activity of a project. More than one economic activity may be relevant. For example, if you have a hybrid project which installs an electrolyzer in combination with a wind turbine, likely you'll have 2 economic activities relevant. However, only economic activities within the project scope should be considered, so not upstream or downstream activities outside of the project's scope. Typically, if your project produces a product, that will typically demonstrate what its economic activity is. If your project is producing hydrogen, typically manufacturing of hydrogen will be the relevant economic activity. Minor parts of a project scope, for example, the construction and real estate, if you have a building on your site, or professional, scientific and technical activities which may relate to research in general, need not be considered. So we're only looking for the primary economic activities of your project. Further guidance on selecting your economic activity can be found using the NACE code mapping tool, and there's some links on the screen. And as I mentioned before, where the relevant economic activities have no associated technical screening criteria, in other words, where an economic activity may not be eligible to be EU taxonomy compliant, then projects will be deemed to be DNSH compliant for the purposes of the Innovation Fund. Okay, step 2 is finding the relevant technical screening criteria. So firstly, it's important to know that when you go into the relevant delegated regulations or onto the EU taxonomy compass, you'll see 2 types of criteria: substantial contribution criteria and do no significant harm criteria. Only the do no significant harm criteria are relevant. To find those criteria, for 5 objectives, that you will find them under the climate change mitigation section, and for 1, the climate change mitigation criteria, you will find that under Annex 2. The EU taxonomy compass I can recommend as an easy-to-use interface for finding the technical screening criteria for your activity. And just a quick point here, as part of the simplification omnibus, a simplification of Appendix C, which is relevant for the pollution prevention and control technical screening criteria, is expected to come into force on 1st of January 2026. Therefore, for the purposes of the Innovation Fund, the relevant technical screening criteria at call closing will be those which apply, and we've provided some links here to those criteria. We've done this because this simplification will open up the eligibility for some activities which may wish to apply to the Innovation Fund. And finally, preparing the DNSH compliance plan. So as I mentioned, the DNSH compliance plan should be submitted as part of application form Part B, although you can attach additional documentation if required. What we're looking for, where quantitative limits exist, for example, that there's direct GHG emissions limits as part of the climate change mitigation criteria, or there's specific restrictions on chemicals as found in Appendix C related to pollution prevention and control, or if there's specific best available techniques emissions limits also for pollution prevention and control. In those cases, we're looking for a project to demonstrate that it will be able to demonstrate compliance with that limit already at the application stage. However, there are some obligations under DNSH for which compliance should not already be expected. Typically, those are those activities which are done in line with permitting. For example, the need to complete environmental impact assessments or other similar requirements. In these cases, we're not looking for the project to demonstrate they already have complied with the DNSH criteria. We're simply looking for the project to have a plan to comply, and this plan should include an explanation of the timeline and resources dedicated to achieving this compliance. And we look forward to answering your further questions on DNSH.
Thank you very much, Kostis and Rowan, for kicking off the presentation on the Net Zero Technologies call. You may have seen there are some new features, some simplifications, some complexifications, but I hope that the information provided is sufficient for you to understand, in particular, this new requirement related to do no significant harm. We have tried to make it as simple as possible, so that what you need to do is during the application to describe your DNSH plan, and then obviously the implementation and compliance is in your hands. This is your responsibility. What we will do that at the end of the project, we will check the compliance based on the report that you will be asked to submit, and we will come back to that when presenting the different criteria. Now, I saw already some questions related to, okay, there are many options to which call should I apply. So maybe just to give a bit of a helicopter picture here, we have 3 open calls. The 2 auctions on hydrogen and industrial heat decarbonization, they will be closed on the 19th of February. These auctions are essentially destined for mature projects that are expected to be deployed fast. The provisions under the auction calls are simplified, but it's very important that you study in detail the conditions for the auctions, because the key distinct feature is these are not lump sum grants, these are unit contribution grants that will be paid out only after the projects enter into operation and strictly against certified delivery of the low carbon product. So under hydrogen, this will be RFMBO or low carbon hydrogen, electrolytic hydrogen, and under the industrial heat auction, this will be the decarbonized heat. So if your project fulfills those conditions, if you are ready enough to be deployed fast, and you are confident that you can fulfill the conditions under the auction, then this should be your choice. If your project relates to any other technology, vector, solution, if the net zero technological that is based on lump sum framework, that means that the grants are to be paid out against project milestones. The payments are disbursed before or at financial close, then during construction and during operation. And if this fits better your investment strategy, if you need, for instance, a bit more time to get all the necessary contracts, agreements, permits together, please be aware that we have the legal deadline of 4 years to reach financial close. If this is the space in which you find yourself, then the natural solution would be to apply under Net Zero Technologies call. And again, colleagues will explain the distinct features of the call in the next presentations. So there is quite a spectrum for you to choose from. Please have in mind that there are also restrictions related to cumulation of public support under the auction calls. So I call you really to study, I ask you to study those conditions. The conditions for cumulation of support under the Net Zero Technology call are more relaxed because the philosophy is different. Under the hydrogen, we are covering up to 100% of the remaining cost gap that you have, which is reflected in your bid price. Whereas in the Net Zero Technologies call, which is a lump sum based grants, we can cover up to 60% of relevant costs of your project that you need to calculate and size. So that's something that is important for everybody to understand, and then take a decision in which call your project will be best served and best suited. The call for net zero technologies, as many other calls, is structured around your application form. Obviously, every communication submission needs to happen through funding and tenders portal. You first need to register your entity so that you receive so-called PIN, and that will travel with you throughout the life cycle of your project. Once you are registered, the portal will let you through the different features where you can prepare your application, which consists of application form A, that is administrative information, and budget summary, application form B, which is the core of your application, that is a technical description of your project. Part C, that relates to the project's KPIs, they're important. And then, of course, we have mandatory annexes and supporting documents. It is very important to provide all of those and duly filled and following the instructions that are provided in the call and its annexes. The more credible information you provide in your application, the higher the chance that the project will be properly understood, assessed, evaluated, the higher the chance that your project may succeed. So please have this in mind. I will talk a bit later about this. How to apply. So everything happens through the tenders and funding portal. We have developed many tutorials for you to help you to understand how the application process works, how can you fill the Part C, how can you fill the information file, the financial information file, which is a critical part of your project, because all financial calculations, the cash flows, the relevant cost computation, the grant sizing is done in the financial information file. So please have a look to all those tutorials. There are other information and tutorials related to greenhouse gas emissions methodology, introduction to business plan, some lessons learned on financial maturity. So there is a lot of material that is put at your disposal. Please take time and really look through those so that you are well equipped with information before you start preparing your application. The recordings from this Info Day will be made available on CINEA website, and we have obviously additional supporting material. You will find frequently asked questions document. And in case you would still have residual questions that are project specific, after analyzing the call document, reading through the FAQ document, watching the tutorials, yet there would still be questions, then please use the help desk that is open while the call is open. Here I would like to stress that the help desk is operated by colleagues in CINEA and DG CLIMA. We don't have contracted consultants who would do this for us. Those people working behind the help desk are essentially sitting in this room, so there are not many. So please have this in mind when putting your questions in the help desk. Please avoid asking trivial questions that can be easily answered just by studying the documentation that is already available. This will help us to focus on questions that are more complex, targeted. This will help us also to keep the speed of answering and really focus on questions that matter for you and that cannot be answered through the documentation that is available. Please have in mind that we cannot do the job for you. We cannot be the consultants in drafting of your proposal. This is your task. So in some instances, obviously, we are obliged to provide generic answers in order to ensure that we have equal treatment of all applicants. That is a critical requirement that we need to follow. So Part A, once you will be working on that, please have in mind that this is the project description, an extract of the information that may be made public. So please do not include any confidential or sensitive information in Part A. Please follow the guidance on the screen. There are 4 short paragraphs that should be provided there. And again, don't put any confidential information there. Where you put all the important and confidential information will be part B, and the financial information file, those are not made public. A first step in the evaluation is the admissibility and eligibility check. So we normally start with that, then we go through award criteria assessment. Admissibility and eligibility criteria are described in the call document. What does it mean? Your project will be admissible if it is submitted before the call deadline. The deadline is 23rd of April, 17 hours PM sharp. So please have this in mind. The worst possible outcome is that you miss the deadline just by 1 second. The portal will close automatically at 5 PM. We always have cases that that applicants are still trying to change things very short before the deadline, and once the system closes in the portal, it's impossible to submit your application, and in that case, your application cannot be considered. Your application must be complete, readable, accessible, and printable, and please do respect the page limit. Because, again, the system will automatically blank the excessive pages. They will not be seen by the evaluators. Eligibility criteria are also described in the call document. I saw some questions. Any entity established anywhere in the world can apply as long as the project is located on the territory of EU or EEA. Another important requirement, the project must reach financial close within 4 years after grant agreement signature. And you also must respect the minimum requirements as regards the period while your project will be operating, 3 or 5 years dependent on the topic. The relevant cost cannot go above 60%. The grant cannot go above 60% of relevant costs, and obviously a project must relate to eligible activities as described in the call. There are some specific restrictions and requirements related to maritime projects in terms of operation of the ships. So please have a good look into those so that you ensure that your project will comply in a way how the ship is operated between different ports on the flag and so on. And also there are requirements related to investments in port infrastructure, which must be under the jurisdiction of an EU member state or an EEA country. We have a cascade approach in the evaluation as usual. So we are first starting with checking the eligibility and admissibility. Those projects that pass this check will be evaluated against the award criteria. Next in the process is assessing the degree of innovation criterion. If the project does not pass the minimum threshold, the evaluation stops. And that's why in case the project unfortunately doesn't pass the degree of innovation, we will not assess the following criteria. If it passes, we will look at greenhouse gas emissions avoidance and project maturity. And again, if it passes, we will look to cost efficiency and then replicability and bonus points. So please have this in mind. Also to avoid surprises, it is also the requirement that is established in the call document. The selection procedure is also described here. First, we go through admissibility, eligibility checks. Then we go and evaluate the projects against the award criteria. This leads to the projects that are ranked based on the scores that the projects receive in each of the award criteria. The best scoring projects are ranked the highest. And then those projects that will fit within the budget and the potential increase in the budget, if we have any flexibility, will be invited to the grant agreement preparation. Other projects may be put on the reserve list, and the other project unfortunately cannot be funded by us. There are projects that will be eligible for the project development assistance. Again, the conditions are described in the call document, and we will hear about project development assistance also in the afternoon session. In terms of the indicative timeline for this call, the call will close on the 23rd of April, 5 p.m. Then we will do the necessary to assess all the projects. It may look long, but given the numbers, last year we received over 300 proposals. Also to ensure the quality of the evaluation, there is a time that is required to assess all the applications thoroughly. We are planning then to announce the results in the last quarter of the year, and as always, the grant agreements signature will follow, and we hope that by the March 2027 all the grant agreements will be signed. There are some lessons learned from the previous calls, so just few statistics. In the last 2024 call we received 359 proposals, of which 19% unfortunately failed at admissibility and eligibility stage. And this is important to have in mind. It is unfortunate outcome if the proposal is not complete, if it lacks critical information and therefore cannot be passed to be evaluated. So please have this in mind. We, in the last call, received 100 resubmissions, of which nearly half succeeded. So it is also an important message that in case your project did not succeed in the previous call, please do resubmit if you feel that the project still deserves to be implemented and you are still committed to it. Out of 359 projects we signed, or we are working on 61 that are now under the preparation of the grant agreement. Overall, 55% of the evaluated proposals passed all the evaluation criteria, and 36% failed the evaluation. This is the most frequently asked question, I think, which were the critical criteria under which we see most of the projects not succeeding. As in every call, here you have the statistics from the previous call of those projects that were evaluated, so those that passed admissibility eligibility. We had 32% that didn't pass the minimum threshold or financial maturity, 13% for technical maturity, 7% for operational maturity, 5% each for innovation, for degree of innovation and greenhouse gas emissions, and only 2% that didn't meet the minimum threshold because of issues with calculation of relevant costs and mistakes in those computations. I mentioned that 19% of proposals unfortunately didn't pass the admissibility and eligibility checks. Here you can see the main reasons for that. Again, the good understanding of the composition of your application is key. Please do follow the call requirements, because if any of the mandatory documents is missing, unfortunately the proposals cannot be passing the admissibility and eligibility check, whether this is financial documents such as business plan, financial model, and so on. Also, please have in mind that you are required to follow the templates that are prescribed and available. So, for instance, modifications in the financial information file are not permissible, again, on the basis of equal treatment of all applicants. So please have this in mind. The same goes to the technical documents. We had 18 projects of those failing admissibility and eligibility where the technical documentation was missing or not following the required template on information. And then you see other reasons, such as projects passing over a relevant costs threshold, not respecting the minimum operation duration, issues with ineligible capex or financial close after 4 years after grant agreement signature. So please do have a good look, follow the tutorials, and use the help desk in case you have any questions left. These are just few highlights to follow. We always ask applicants to be conservative and to be realistic when preparing their proposals, and to be well equipped with evidence. This is a critical point. The more evidence you provide, the more credible the evidence is, the higher the chance that the project will be assessed positively. And I think we can start the first Q&A session. We wait for the questions to appear. So the first question, are refineries, for example, on carbon capture or alternative fuels projects so far eligible investments under the Innovation Fund still eligible? The question is on the do no significant principle and whether it excluded refineries or similar industries.
Yeah, so in general, it's right that there are no technical screening criteria for some refineries' activities, but as I mentioned, these projects may still be DNSH compliant. If no economic activity applies for a project, then it will not have to demonstrate compliance with the technical screening criteria. However, for refineries projects, they should be aware of the fossil fuels exclusion. I won't read it out here, but please pay attention to the eligibility criteria for fossil fuel or fossil feedstocks in the call.
Okay, application barriers remain particularly challenging for deep tech startups due to complexity and effort required. Does the Innovation Fund plan to simplify the process to better support these startups? If so, how? I think what I can say here is that what the Innovation Fund is designed for is the commercial deployment of technologies. And the project must be at a certain stage of preparation. We are not destined to support corporates at their, let's say, scale-up stage. We have other instruments such as the EIC that can support such ventures. So Innovation Fund does not behave as a venture capital instrument. Nevertheless, your project can still obviously apply under the pilot topic, which is targeting the projects that still need to test and validate the technology, the solution on the ground. We have tried to simplify as much as we could the call conditions, but what is important to stress is that, yes, we do expect that the project is at a certain stage of development because we are looking for mature projects that are prepared for the deployment unless you are a pilot project that is there to validate and test the technology first. Maybe colleagues want to say something on the top?
Maybe, sorry, just to add from a more general policy perspective, of course, I mean, we always try to simplify the whole process. We are in an intensive lessons learned exercise after each call closure and together with colleagues from CINEA. So that is one thing. But if indeed your project is or you have doubts about the maturity of your project, there's also, and there will be a whole session around it, there's a PDA provided, so project development assistance provided by the EIB that on the one hand is open for projects that have already applied to the Innovation Fund and were not successful, but there is also open PDA. So it's not a condition for receiving PDA that you have unsuccessfully applied to the Innovation Fund. So in that regard, I think all of these options should be looked at. We indeed have a topic under this call for pilots, where your project may, be better or best placed. I cannot judge from here, but it would indeed be good to look at all of these different avenues that we have explicitly put in place to help projects that indeed, as Roman says, have a certain maturity but find it difficult to come to the market. And you should indeed consider whether you are already at that level of maturity to apply to the Innovation Fund.
Thank you. The next question. Please, can you comment on how companies from the UK can participate in an Innovation Fund project, either as participants, leaders, and subcontractors? So any entity established worldwide can participate in any of these functions. The requirement that we have in the call is that the project must be located on the territory of the EU or EEA countries. So as long as these conditions are fulfilled, UK participants can be involved in the projects in any of the participant options. Another question, can you first apply for a pilot project and successively apply for a regular innovation fund for the same technology project to scale up a few years later? In general, yes. We cannot have two running grant agreements for the same action. So you can apply as a pilot project, implement your pilot project, and then apply for scale up in the successive calls. If your project constitutes different projects, then you can apply simultaneously. Okay, so thank you for this first set of questions. We suggest to move on with the presentation, and we will now go deep into the award criteria. We did not answer all the questions also because they will be explained in the following presentations. And I pass the floor to Uwe Lützen, Kostis Sakalaris, and Maitane Conseillon, who are here to present the award criteria under this call. Uwe, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, and good morning also from my side. I will, with my colleagues, present you the award criteria in more details, starting with the degree of innovation. You see here a list of documents where you are required to elaborate the degree of innovation of your project. So application form part B in section 1 is one place where you need to explain and describe the degree of innovation. The next one is the feasibility study, which is a mandatory document. And a remark here, there is a template that we are providing for the feasibility study, and we are recommending you to use that template. In case you don't want to use that, please ensure that at least the same level of information is given in your version of the feasibility study if you not use the template. And another place would be any due diligence report if you have any prepared, and you will submit that. For the state of the art, you first, for the degree of innovation, first you describe the state of the art of the solution of the project that you are applying for. So you need to cover the characteristics of the commercially available process or services that is most similar to your proposal. That's the commercial state of the art, and also the already demonstrated characteristics of proposed technological solution that is similar to your technology. That is the technological state of the art. And where relevant, the innovative elements that are already demonstrated or used in other Innovation Fund projects. The state of the art that you are describing should focus on the European rather than the national level. Only for small-scale projects it can be the national level. Then in the second step, in the next step, you go to describe the innovation beyond the state of the art that stems from your project. So you clearly describe how your project, the technologies, products, services, whatever you are proposing, go beyond both the commercial and the technological state of the art. And here you need to also present key performance data that are evidencing this level beyond the state of the art, and that can be a plant design, operating approach, performance data, any reliability, availability, maintenance, economics, etc., that you have available from your solution in order to describe how the project goes beyond beyond any incremental innovation. So that's for the documentation part. The Innovation Fund aims at supporting only projects that go beyond incremental innovation. And for that, we have the scale from intermediate to breakthrough. It also includes scaling up of technology. And it is the reference point on European level, and only for small-scale topic, it's the European or national level. So you see here the scale. The very low or incremental innovations will not be retained. So there you need to explain why you're going clearly beyond that level. And then it starts with the intermediate or strong, where there will be new or considerably changed technologies or processes, novel combination of mature technologies, or scale up of innovative technologies. And this then goes up to the very strong or breakthrough level, where in this category falls completely new technologies or processes, or any innovations that need to lead to significant changes that can transform entire markets or industries, or can create even new ones. The type of innovative actions, the Innovation Fund supports technologies, business models, and processes that are not yet commercially available. So to start in the list is first-of-a-kind commercialization or large-scale commercial-size demonstration of any technologies, processes, or business models that have proven already on a pilot or smaller scale. Also supported are second or more of a kind commercializations under certain conditions only. So especially if these solutions have relevant costs that prohibit the commercialization without further public support at this stage. Still, you need to demonstrate that it's an innovation beyond incremental. And also innovative smaller demonstrations or pilot plans. And here important is to also demonstrate that they have the right scale at which the technology needs to be proven before it moves to a large scale and full commercial demonstration. Projects that are aiming to demonstrate scaling up of innovative techniques, processes, technologies for a broader rollout, which contribute then also to significantly to decarbonization of this sector, can also be supported. If your proposal focuses on an innovation that was already covered by an Innovation Fund project which already started operation, this might be considered during the evaluation as not going beyond incremental innovation, and therefore the project might be rejected under this criteria. If the solution or a similar solution has already been awarded, then you must clearly justify where there are new innovative elements in your project over the already awarded proposal. And in case that you are applying for a project that is aiming at innovations that are very similar to ones that are in ongoing Innovation Fund projects, this might lead to lower scores. And here you find some links to the dashboard where you can find the ongoing Innovation Fund projects for your reference, and we clearly recommend you to check what is already there in order to clearly and carefully address this point. For the small-scale topic, As I mentioned before, there's some specific conditions in relation to the reference. Only for the small-scale projects, the reference point can be either the European or the national level. And for the national level, important is the geographical reference on the place where the project will be implemented. And therefore, you need to demonstrate that for that state where the project will be implemented, you are going beyond the state of the art with your project. In any case, if you're going with a small-scale project beyond the state of the art at the national level, that can be enough to meet the threshold for this criterion. However, if you're even with a small-scale project go beyond the state of the art at European level, this might lead to a higher score. Also here some statistics on what were the main reasons for the 14 projects that failed in the last call under the criterion degree of innovation. So first, projects that did not demonstrate how they go beyond the state of the art with sufficient and clearly substantiated evidence and references, or projects that were not supported by sufficient quantified data, so mainly just claiming and not proving. Projects that did not identify adequately the benchmark of the state of the art, or projects that did not appropriately identify ongoing Innovation Fund projects. So you see all these points are relevant and important. Last step, what are the different steps that we recommend to go for describing, for elaborating the degree of innovation? So first you describe the relevant state of the art, both the technological and commercial aspects, and you provide quantitative inputs and evidence like cost, technical characteristics, performance, TRL, SRL information. Then you identify how your project goes beyond the state of the art. You need to compare with other ongoing Innovation Fund projects. You need to provide geographical reference points, and you need to consider barriers, for example, for scaling up or technology integration. And then you need to evidence, so you compare key performance data versus the state of the art. You provide relevant parameters and consider also energy efficiency, circularity, for example, patent data, and you consider how will the innovation be implemented or integrated. So much for the degree of innovation, and with this I hand over to Kostis for the GHG part.
Thank you very much, Uwe. So now we will move on to the second criterion, that of the GHG emission avoidance. Although the failure is about similar to the degree of innovation, it's probably one of the most complex ones. So I will hope in the 15 minutes that I have that I will provide you some clarity, but nevertheless I will also share the links with a lot of supplementary material that we have that can help you better understand the methodology. So the GHG emission avoidance criterion is a critical criterion in the awarding decision because the fund intends to prioritize innovative technologies and practices that deliver emission reductions beyond business as usual scenarios. So innovation and decarbonization. It assesses how much and how efficiently a project will reduce greenhouse gas emissions compared to a realistic reference scenario without the project over a standard 10-year operating period. It is assessed through three sub-criteria. One, the absolute GHG emission avoidance. Two, the relative GHG emission avoidance. And thirdly, whether the minimum requirements, mainly relates to quality and robustness of the calculations, are met. The first two are calculated automatically based on your submissions, while the third one, by evaluators, we check whether you followed the official GHG emission avoidance methodology, that you have avoided double counting and you used realistic performance assumptions and consistent data. I should also highlight that there's an additional significance to this criterion, as the grant disbursement is dependent to the verified emission avoidance. Therefore, the GHG savings must be credible, realistic, monitorable over time, and these are aspects that are assessed by the evaluators. The relevant documents where you will address these elements is the Part B, Section 2 of the application form, but also the GHG emission avoidance calculator, which is a mandatory annex. And I would also like to point out that the calculator can be found in the funding internal portal, while the supporting material can be found on the CINEA's website. So, how do these two sub-criteria that I mentioned before work? Well, the first one is the absolute GHG emission avoidance. There, what you have to do is, you have to calculate the expected GHG emissions of your proposed project, and then compare it to the GHG emissions of a reference scenario where without your project. And the comparison has to be during 10 years after entry of operation. Then the other criteria is the relative GHG emission avoidance. There, what you do is you calculate the percentage reduction of the project scenario versus the reference scenario. And this is where we use the threshold of the 50 or 70% that we mentioned before. This is also assessed over the same 10-year period. The score for these two sub-criteria will be automatically calculated, as we said, and must be performed using the GHG emission avoidance calculator and following the GHG methodology. Then there is the assessment of the evaluation of the quality of the GHG emission avoidance calculation. This is where external experts will assess the quality and credibility of your calculations. In case there are issues in the quality, points may be reduced. But if there are more important issues, for example, you don't follow the methodology, or documents have not been filed correctly, then this even may bring you below the threshold and your proposal may be rejected. It will be rejected. Moreover, there are the minimum requirements that need to be met. Experts will also check whether the proposal meets them, as set out in the call text, and if they are not met, then the proposal will be rejected. What are these minimum requirements? Well, for projects producing products with an EU ETS benchmark, the process emissions of the project per unit of product must be below the EU ETS benchmark and applicable at the call deadline. For projects using biomass feedstocks, the biomass used should at least meet the sustainability requirements of the Renewable Energy Directive. All projects must demonstrate compliance with the DNS principle for the environmental objective of climate change mitigation. This is new compared to last year, due to the introduction of the do not signify harm principle. And for all projects, the relative GHG emission avoidance must be 50% for all topics except the pilot ones, and 70% for the pilots. Now, going to the reasons for failure. As you can see from the 291 proposal that passed the admissibility and eligibility, 15 failed under this criterion. What were the reasons? Well, the main reasons, applicable to 40% of them, was the use of wrong assumptions, or data were not provided, or not backed with supporting evidence. And this seems to be consistently the highest reason for failing this criterion, also from previous calls. This was followed by 27% of the proposals having errors in the definition of the reference scenario, and then there may be issues with the boundaries, wrong application of specific provision, etc. Note that several of these criteria, several proposals failed more than one of these criteria. That's why we don't have exact numbers. And the other thing that is important to note is that these also happen to be the main mistakes. So they may not be the reasons for failure, but these are also the most common mistakes that they lead to lower scores. Therefore, based on the above, in order to increase your chances of success, what do we advise you? Firstly, and most importantly, read carefully the GREENFIELD methodology, following the parts that are more relevant for your projects. Identify carefully the principal products, select the appropriate categories and sectors, the project boundaries, the reference scenario, and the appropriate methodology according to that. When you follow the GG methodology, all this should be relatively straightforward. Use the correct emission factors in line with the methodology. And when you have the possibility to make choices in the application, make sure you justify them. This is very important also for the evaluators to understand exactly what you did. Similarly, whenever you make any assumptions, make sure that you explain them and you back them up with claims and supporting evidence. So I think at this point I have made clear that the GG methodology for the emission avoidance calculation is the basis for this criterion. Therefore, it is worth also spending a few minutes presenting you an overview of this methodology and introducing you to the different resources that we're making available to you to help you make your proposal. As okay, these 15 minutes are definitely not enough to do that. The idea of the methodology, of the GG methodology, is to provide a standardized framework for projects in a wide range of sectors to quantify greenhouse gas emission reductions in a consistent and comparable manner. It is based on LCA principles, but it also includes innovation fund-specific rules. Because of these program-specific assumptions, it should not be considered as a universal emission accounting tool outside of the innovation fund context. It provides sector-specific calculation guidance on how different projects shall estimate their project and reference scenarios over a 10-year period, which direct and life cycle emissions should be included in the case, and which are the monitoring requirements. Of course, the methodology, the GG methodology document was not drafted overnight. It was part of a long preparation, and the first version of the methodology was written back in 2019, just before the 2020 calls. Over there, some minor adjustments were done year over year until before the previous call, the Innovation 24 call, where we did a major update to the methodology. Rather than amending, so there we did a major improvements. The focus was not to amend, but basically more to simplify the calculations as much as possible and provide more clarity in areas causing more confusion among applicants based on the mistakes we made. Having dealt with that in Innovation Fund 24, this year we did some minor improvements and for updates to the benchmark and emission factors. So what we have this year is much closer to what was last year. This is a great slide, just to show you, to shock you because of the math. But in reality, it's quite simple because basically it just gives the definitions of the net absolute GG emission avoidance and relatively GG emission avoidance formulas that I explained before. This is the basis of the GG methodology, and it is always performed over the 10 years of operation, irrespectively of the monitor period of the project. what is very important is to follow step by step the GG calculation approach also described in the methodology. The process must always begin by outlining and understanding your project, which means the practice or product that intends to be replaced, whether it refers to a change in the process or a replacement in the final product, and the outreach of the reduction, etc. Then you have to see how to classify the project. Under which category does it fall? So in the methodology, there are basically 4 main categories: energy-intensive industries, renewable electricity, heat and cooling, energy storage and mobility, plus a separate one for credit for carbon capture, storage and utilization. The GG methodology includes dedicated section for each of these categories, which describes how to define the scope, the system boundaries, instructions on how to calculate the reference and the project emissions, etc. It is very important that applicants need to have clarity on the classification under both the IF categories and the sectors. If you only produce one product or deliver one service, then this would be straightforward. When it becomes complicated is when you have more than one products under more than one sectors. This is where you have to be very careful when you select the different elements. I will skip this because this is part of the hybrid project that we introduced particularly for this reason, when you have combining activities more than one category, and take you to where, on some resources which can help you actually to address these issues. So we have prepared for you 6 recordings available with the overview and guidance on the GG calculation for each project category. Please start with the main principles. So this is let's say, a much more extended presentation by an expert on what I'm presenting you now. And then, depending on your category, you should follow up in one of the appropriate recordings. Moreover, we have additional resources, which is a number of Excel examples on how to use the GG calculator, but also video tutorials on how to fill it in, which can really help you to go through it. This slide I will leave you to read because actually the whole point is to understand that monitoring and reporting and verification, it's a critical element, but it is approached differently depending on the stage of your project. You're expected to do different things when you submit your proposal or describe different things differently during the project operation and something different in the reporting stage. And this is where I want to emphasize. And find as an important reminder, please read the GG methodology carefully, consult the examples of the application of the GG calculator available, and the tutorials. If you have any questions, please send them to the help desk throughout the call window. The purpose of the help desk is to clarify doubts related to the methodology. We cannot confirm if your calculation is correct because we are often receiving such questions. And please do expect a response time of between 7 and 15 working days, depending on the complexity of the questions. Sometimes we are able to respond faster. Sometimes the questions are so complex that we really need to consult and find the correct answer for you, and it may take a bit longer. And I will close with bonus point 1, which concerns the net carbon removal. So this is awarded when total project emissions are negative. You can justify why you should get this point in application form part B, section 6. And the only thing I should specifically point out is that negative emissions can only be claimed for structural changes, not from smart dispatch, so cannot be claimed for credit for timed operation, and that the non-principal projects are not allowed to be the only source of negative emissions. So be careful that, because this may lead you not to receive this point. Thank you very much, and I think now we can move to project maturity.
Thank you, Kostis, for the presentation. Indeed, what Kostis mentioned is very important. There are available tutorials. Please have a good look. They will walk you through step by step how to fill in the greenhouse gas emissions calculator. The template is provided. It is mandatory to be used. So please have a good look into all the instructions and the requirements and read carefully the greenhouse gas emissions methodology. And of course, in case you would still have residual questions, use the help desk for any remaining questions. We are moving to project maturity. I presented in the beginning that majority of the projects that unfortunately do not make it through the evaluation fail on this criterion. It is composed of 3 sub-criteria: technical, financial, and operational maturity. We will now walk you through all of those. And let's start with the technical maturity. Uwe, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Roman. Starting with the technical maturity, and also here again where to work on. Application form part B in section 0 and section 3.1. You need to elaborate on the technical maturity, but also in the feasibility study, and in case you have also any due diligence report. For the technical maturity, you clearly need to explain the technical characteristics of your project, and you need to include information on the project location, on the site, on the technology, and why, for example, this one was chosen over alternatives, expected sources of input and feedstock, and expected output in terms of volume of the main project, of the main product. Then you need to describe the technology and the chosen technological solution in detail, and the expected impacts on the technology and processes with references to the sector and the product that you propose. You need to describe the technology, including the assumptions and sensitivities. And you should also cover safety, reliability, technical performance, for example, and relevant standards applying for your solution. Also, in case you have critical interfaces between different technical components, you need to explain how these are faced and handled. The technical maturity has 2 parts. First, the technical feasibility. And in the technical feasibility, you explain the degree of the technology readiness of your proposed solution, and that is important, the technical feasibility of delivering the expected output. So, for example, in terms of volume of the product, and due to that, ultimately, how you're achieving the GHG emission avoidance within the operational environment of your project that you have proposed in the GHG calculation. So an important point is, of course, consistency between the different elements. And here you need to make the link from the technical maturity to the GHG emission avoidance. You need to present the assumptions for the operational characteristics of the plant or the solution, and the estimations of the expected output. Have these been selected in a conservative manner to avoid any over or underestimation of the estimated GHG emission avoidance? The feasibility study is a good point also to elaborate in detail on these aspects. The second part of the technical maturity is the risk analysis and the risk management. The risks are only included in the feasibility study for the technical maturity. Please use the template that we are providing for this. And there you need to describe the risks that could impact your technical feasibility. You need to describe the impact in case this risk would materialize. And you need to propose mitigation measures that are adequate to these risks. You need to summarize all of this in a table. You will find this in the template. And you need to provide a risk heat map. And please focus on major technological risks of your project. Going also here to a little bit to the statistics. From the 37 projects that didn't make it under technical maturity last time, just to highlight the main reasons. For example, projects that have not been sufficiently proven in a pilot scale before or a demonstration before. The technical readiness was not substantiated with sound data, so that's again the point, not only claim but also proof. Or the characteristics of the projects were not in line with basic engineering principle. That's for the technical feasibility part. For the technical risk part, if key important risks were not identified, or if the provided risk mitigation measures were not sufficient or adequate in order to mitigate the risks. That were the points under the risk part. Coming to the lessons learned and how to go ahead with the technical maturity. So first, you are describing the actual readiness level of your technology based on credible data. So really prove it. So and there be concise, be realistic, and provide key facts and figures. Then, therefore, you need to identify the relevant data from the previous stage of your technology, from pilots or demonstration projects. And you need to include all the relevant critical risk and for them clear mitigation strategies. And all of that needs to be evidenced in the due diligence report. If there's any, you need to provide additional supporting documents that are helpful to underline your claims, like procurement quotes, any MOUs that you have, and letters of support, etc. You see the last sentence, and Roman has mentioned it already, resubmissions are welcome. And that is also a good point because most probably your project has evolved and the TRL has improved. That's a good point that you can present here in the technical maturity. And with this, I'm handing over to Maitane for the financial maturity.
Thank you, Uwe. Good morning, everybody. My name is Maitane Conceión. I'm part of CINEA's financial engineering team. And I will present to you the financial maturity criterion. As we saw this morning, financial maturity is the most challenging criterion with the highest failure rate. But to encourage future applicants, I would like to mention also that the failure rate and the financial maturity here has been decreasing year after year. And we hope that with the clarifications we introduced this year, applicants will perform even better next year. So in this presentation, I will go through some recommendations on how to address this criterion and some lessons learned from previous call. So first of all, what is the objective of the financial maturity criterion? So experts will have to assess the ability of the project to reach financial close as soon as possible and no later than 4 years after grant agreement signature. Please pay attention that to the definition of financial close in the call text. since for the Innovation Fund, financial close goes beyond securing final investment decision. By financial close, we expect projects to have signed all financing agreements, secure all permits, and sign main contracts related to offtake, construction, and supply. And all conditions in these contracts must be fulfilled also. So what will the experts evaluate under financial maturity? They will look mainly at 3 elements. First, the credibility of the business plan and the cash flow projections. Then the soundness of the financing plan and the solidity of the commitment of project founders. And also, last, your understanding of the business and financial risk and the relevance of the proposed mitigation measures. What are the key documents you will need to fill in? First, you will need to elaborate your business plan, which is a mandatory annex. There is a business plan template that you can download in the Funding and Tenders portal. To be on the safe side, we highly recommend that you use this template because it covers all information needed by the experts for the evaluation of this criterion. If you want to use another template, that's possible, but please make sure that all information from our template is included in your business plan. Then you will need to fill in the application form Part B, the section on financial maturity, section 4.2. It will be mostly a summary of the information provided in your business plan. You will also need to submit the financial information file and the detailed financial model. These 2 annexes are mandatory, and both need to be aligned and must contain financial projections over the project lifetime. So first, the FIF will calculate the project returns with or without grant, the relevant costs, and the cost efficiency of your project. Please make sure you use the version of the FIF applicable to this call and not a version applicable to a previous call, because otherwise it might lead to the rejection of your application. Please note that a new version of the FIF, version 5.1, will be uploaded shortly. There was a small mistake in the version available in the Funding and Tenders portal. It's a small mistake, and it will not impact the calculation of relevant costs or cost efficiency. So for those that have started their application, please, you can use the work you've already done, and you will receive a message once the new template is available. Regarding a few words regarding the detailed financial model, please make sure it includes all project assumptions. It must include also a P&L, cash flow statement, and a balance sheet of your project. Please do not submit models with macros or hard-coded figures. Your Excel file must include all formulas so that the experts can understand how your financial projections have been derived. So the financial statements of project shareholders, this is also a mandatory annex. You will find guidance in Annex 3 on the minimum requirements regarding this annex. Please read this carefully, since it will be very important for the experts to assess the ability of project funders to provide the required financing. Then you will need to submit the project funding support documents and the project contract term documents. These 2 annexes are this year mandatory. This is new. And because we consider that these annexes are critical to support the credibility of the assumptions of your business plan, they are also critical to evidence the commitment of project sponsors and the progress of your project to reach financial close. Please pay attention to these 2 annexes, since we really believe that they can significantly reduce the number of issues raised by experts under financial maturity. You will find guidance in Annex 3 of the call text on minimum requirements regarding these 2 annexes. Please read this carefully. You will find a detailed list of documents you can provide and the minimum content that experts are expecting. Finally, you can include any due diligence available that you might consider relevant, and this is optional. So now I will guide you through the elements that the experts will assess under financial maturity. First, they will check the credibility of the business plan. So here it's very important that you describe really clearly your business model, and in particular that you define properly the scope of your project, the target market, the needs of your target customers, what is your competitive advantage, how do you intend to address market barriers. Well, these are standard topics to be addressed in a business plan. You will need to describe and substantiate the main assumptions of your business plan, and in particular, those assumptions linked to revenues, CAPEX, OPEX, maintenance CAPEX. Please provide a detailed breakdown of your assumptions and justify how they have been derived. Provide as much evidence as possible to support these assumptions in the annex related to project contract terms. The last point will be to describe the strategy to secure key contracts before financial close. As already mentioned, you will need to include evidence of agreements already in place in the annexes. Depending on the progress of your project, of course, you might be in a position to provide different type of documents. Sometimes it will be letters of support, sometimes indicative terms already signed, or sign MOUs or contracts. And experts will take this into account during the evaluation. But in any case, please make sure that the letters provided and documents provided are not too generic, and that the evidence, the main terms of the contracts envisaged, and in particular, prices and volumes. So to assess the credibility of your business plan, experts will also look at the soundness of your cash flow projections and the profitability analysis. So here it's very important that you ensure that the financial projections in the financial information file and the detailed financial model are aligned. Both, as I already mentioned, both documents need to include projections over the entire project lifetime. Please pay attention to that. And please make sure that the WACC corresponds to the project WACC and follows the guidance of the relevant cost methodology. And we have more information on that in the session later on cost efficiency. There is no requirement in the call regarding the profitability of your project. However, please pay attention to the fact that unprofitable projects must demonstrate solid commitment from their sponsors to convince the evaluators of the likelihood to reach financial close. The second, the second main element that the experts will assess is the soundness of the financing plan. Here, please make sure that there is no financing gap and that you identify all funding sources. Especially the funding sources will need to cover construction costs, obviously, but also any potential negative operational cash flows. You will need to describe the strategy to secure equity and debt required for the project. And in case you require external debt, you will need to describe clearly the funding structure and explain at which level the debt will be raised, what type of debt you intend to raise. You will need to justify and evidence the key terms and show that they are in line with market standards. Please ensure that your debt assumptions are supported by stable cash flows and long-term offtake contracts covering the reimbursement period, especially if you rely on project finance without any corporate guarantee. Please also make sure that the letters of support of the banks support the terms and conditions you assume in your projections. Finally, you will need to make sure that the grant disbursement is in line with the call requirements. In particular, pay attention that you can request only a maximum of 40% of the grant at financial close, and you will need to request at least 10% after entry into operation. Another important aspect that the independent experts will need to consider is the commitment of project funders. Make sure that you describe where you stand in securing the financing required for the project. You will also need to evidence the commitment of the project sponsors in the letters of support included in the annexes. And this is especially important for projects with low profitability. And also, do not forget to attach the financial statements, which is a mandatory annex. If you intend to mobilize other EU financing or stated, then please provide evidence and a clear strategy to secure this additional support. If this additional support has not been secured before submission, you will need to provide mitigation measures in case it's not secured by financial clause. Last but not least, please make sure you address the risk section in the business plan. You will need to describe the main risk you have identified and provide effective mitigation measures. Don't forget to include a heat map, a sensitivity analysis, and provide a contingency plan to cover any downside scenario. Please put particular attention to critical risk related to dependencies on other projects falling outside the boundaries of your project. So now some lessons learned on the basis of the experience of the past call. Last year, 92 proposals failed, with around 50 proposals failing only on financial maturity. The others failed on various criteria. So failure on financial maturity is mostly linked to the lack of credibility of the business plan or the financing plan. There were very few significant weaknesses linked to the risk. So for those projects that fail because of the lack of credibility of the business plan, you have in this chart the main reasons. They were mostly linked to the lack of credibility of the business plan assumptions, mainly revenues, CAPEX, and OPEX, either because the justification in the business plan was considered not sufficient, or the assumptions were not evidence, or the assumptions were considered not in line with market conditions. Other reason to fail was linked to the lack of credibility of the offtake strategy, and some proposals also presented major inconsistencies in the business plan, and this is, for example, the case when the evidence in the annex was contradicting the assumptions in the financial projections. So please, we cannot stress it enough, describe, substantiate, and evidence all your assumptions of the business plan. And you have detailed guidance in the annex of the call on the minimum requirements for this. On the main reasons to fail on the financing plan are related to the lack of credibility of the financing strategy and the ability to secure the financing. Please pay particular attention to the annex on financial statements and other evidence included in the proposal to demonstrate the ability of project sponsors to provide the financing. One major point was also linked to the credibility of the debt assumptions. So here again, please provide as much evidence as possible. We understand that providing indicative term sheets is not possible for many projects, but please make sure that the letters of the banks provide information supporting your assumptions. Another key point of failure was the lack of commitment of project sponsors for projects with low returns. Here again, please make sure the letters of the project shareholders explain the reasons why they are ready to undertake these investments despite the low profitability. A quick, one last point on profitability. So indeed, it's not an evaluation criteria, and projects with very low or negative IRR pass financial maturity, and some even got a very high score. But only if your project presents a low IRR, please make sure the letters of support do recognize the issue and confirm the willingness to go on with the project. Here, to sum up, you will find in this slide the 6 golden rules. On financial maturity, I think I covered them all, so I will not repeat them, but please make sure you follow those when preparing your applications. Colleagues have prepared a very nice tutorial on lessons learned on financial maturity, which is available online. Please don't hesitate to listen to it and come back to us in the help desk if you have any question on this criterion. And now I hand over again to Uwe. Oops.
Yeah, thank you, Maitane. And I continue with the operational maturity. Here you need to explain the implementation and operational aspects of your project. Again, you see all the different places where you need to elaborate on this. Application form part B in different sections. You need to provide a timetable, a Gantt chart that is a mandatory document. You also find a template for that. Then the participant information is a mandatory document, the feasibility study, and in case you have a due diligence report or additional evidence through permits, licenses, authorizations that you can submit here. The operational maturity is addressed overall in 5 different points. I will go one by one through them. The first point is the project implementation plan, where you need to cover all the milestones and related deliverables also. So you need to provide a clear timeline for your project. You need to make sure, and I'm repeating this all the time, to have consistency between the different parts. You need to provide key aspects like the strategy to reach financial close, to reach the entry into operation, the timing of the activities that you have planned. And you need to demonstrate the ability to reach entry into operation in line with market standards in the sector, or maybe even faster. The second point is the state of play and credibility of the plan for obtaining permits, rights, or licenses, or any other regulatory procedures. So here you need to explain the permitting situation. You need to explain the regulatory framework for your projects and what kind of IP rights or licenses you might need in order to implement and operate your project. You need to explain the state of play, so where are you with the permitting situation right now, and you need to provide a credible plan and a realistic plan to achieve them throughout the project. That needs to be in line with all your plan and timeline that you have for the implementation and operation. The next of the 5 points is the public acceptance strategy. Here you need to describe all environmental impacts that might stem from your project, and any mitigation measures related to that, the degree of public acceptance of your project already, and the plans, the steps that you have planned to ensure the public acceptance. And therefore, and there also we ask you please to be specific and not just putting generic explanations. The next aspect is the team that and the project organization behind your project. So you need to explain the project management team, the key qualifications, track records of your team, and explain that all the necessary skills, or how the necessary skills are covered, or in case you need additional outside resources, you need to justify why and what you need here. Also, the project organization will be described, the management structure, governances, responsibilities, decision-making mechanisms, etc., in order to convincingly explain how you will be able to operate and run and implement the project. There is this kind of diagram that will visualize all the involved actors. You see it here on the right, that you will also work out and submit. And the last point are then, the risks. So in this case, the operational risks and credible mitigation measures for that. Same than before. The risks are here included in feasibility study and maybe in the business plan. And you need to explain the main operational risks that are associated with, for example, the construction, the design, operation, decommissioning, etc., etc. So really identify the key risks that are in this part of your project. Describe the impact that these risks have in case they materialize, and provide credible and adequate mitigation measures for these risks. Again, you summarize all of this in the table, and you need to include the risk heat map, as you can see a sample here on the side. To come again to the statistics, 19 projects last time failed under operational maturity. Key aspects were that work packages were not covering all the necessary, for example, engineering tasks for a successful implementation of the project. The timing and duration of critical work packages were not in line with the call text. It was not demonstrated that the project management team had all the necessary skills to deliver the project, or the project management structure was not convincing. Permits, rights, licenses, and regulatory procedures were not convincing, or operational risks had issues. To come to the lessons learned point on how to approach that. So first, for the operations, you define the solid work packages and tasks. You have to set clear and realistic deliverables, milestones, and means of verification to later prove the achievements. You need to include relevant operational risks and their assessment in the feasibility study. And you need to ensure the availability of the necessary know-how in your team. For the timeline, make sure that you have consistency between the Gantt chart and the tasks and work packages that you're describing, or also the financial information file. You need to have a realistic timing, for example, for construction, for obtaining the permits, for ensuring public acceptance, and already consider potential delays. You need to have a clear strategy to identify the project parties and responsibilities, a clear role distribution. You need to link the work packages and corresponding financial costs. And you need, again, a clear strategy for construction, for permits, for public acceptance. And for all of this, the more evidence you can provide, the better it is. Claiming is one thing, proving is another. So the more letter of supports, MOUs, whatever agreement, agreements you have already, quotes, etc., that prove what you have claimed is realistic and achievable, will be very useful and to your benefit in your application. And I think with this, we are going to the next Q&A session, and I'm giving over to Roman.
Thank you, Uwe, and Maitane and colleagues for the presenting the first award criteria that we walked through. There is a lot of information, so I would like to reiterate that the recordings and the slides will be published on CINEA website so that you can review them at your own pace. What I would like to underline, also coming from the previous calls, please consider that the experts that will be evaluating your proposal, they don't know you. They don't know your project. They should not know your project, obviously, because of the conflict of interest requirements. So they will judge what you say based on what you say and what you prove in your application. As Uwe has mentioned, claiming ambition is one thing, but proving the realistic plan with legwork done already before applying is another thing. And we always instruct the experts to check the proposals against evidence that is provided in your proposal package. Please have a very good look into the required documentation, mandatory documents. The more evidence you provide, the better. This will also make it maybe clearer for you once you have, for instance, asked your suppliers for quotes for the cost estimates for the equipment that you intend to purchase. There are many interlinked elements. Your relevant cost computation will be solid if you know the cost items that you expect to be addressing. Your financing plan will be clearer if you have identified all funding sources and you have understood the conditions that your potential financiers would expect from your project to be fulfilled. So please have these things always in mind when working on your application. Let's start with the questions. From an innovation standpoint, what level of innovation would the use of technologies that have not yet reached FID receive during the evaluation? Well.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think there is no general answer for that. It's on you to first define the state of the art and then to explain to which level your project, your solution goes beyond the state of the art, and that explanation, that description will define then the level of innovation here. So it's very individual and up to you to explain that.
Yeah, but to complement, just to be clear, what do we mean by the state of the art? Are commercially deployed technologies or solutions. So projects, if I take an example of a wider portfolio of solutions, those that are already operational form a state of the art. If you are nevertheless aware about other competitors or entities that are developing similar solution that is still not operational, you should at least identify it in your analysis and describe how your project differs or what are the added value related to your project compared to your competitor. Okay. Is there always a reference plant scenario? I understand from the methodology that there is often none.
Okay, so first of all, I assume this refers to the GG methodology, because in the GG methodology you have a reference scenario. Now, if it refers to the relevant cost methodology, where there is a reference plan, this will be addressed by Maitane afterwards, and then you can repeat it. So for the GG methodology, there is always a reference scenario. So the hypothetical scenario that represents what would have occurred in the absence of the project, and the applicant must select the reference scenario in line with the provisions of the methodology.
What is the reference scenario if we replace an existing technology with a new one? Is it state-of-the-art or our old plant?
So when you replace an existing technology with a new one, the Innovation Fund methodology does not normally give your old plant as the reference, but a technology-based reference scenario that represents what would realistically happen in the EU without your project. So carefully read what the methodology says. It is described well. There is a chance that if certain conditions are met, that you can deviate from the default benchmarks when you replacing an existing process. But again, please follow what the methodology says.
Must the project have entered permitting to be eligible, or is a well laid out plan to get permitting enough and also enough to get high enough points in the criterion? I would like to stress also based on the experience with the running projects, but also the previous evaluations, that we do expect that you do a deep and very conservative assessment of realistic planning and preparation to receive the project permits. Permitting is an issue. We see it across the board. Many projects are delayed because of delayed permits. So please be realistic. Do not try to come up with expectations that are not real. The evaluators should know that, of course, if they see that your project is not bringing up solid evidence and arguments for your plan, they will, of course, notice that. So please always be well prepared when it comes to the planning. Be realistic. I would suggest that you consult the relevant permitting authorities well ahead submitting of your proposal, so that the numbers, the expectations that you put there, the timelines are consistent. As you know, for the financial close, we would normally expect the permits. The 4 years deadline is there, and you should be confident enough and clear enough that such a timeline is achievable by your project. So please do take this seriously. Having a well laid out plan, which is not realistic, is certainly not a strategy that we would recommend. At what stage must we provide firm proof of co-funding at application submission, grant agreement signature, or financial close? And what constitutes acceptable proof? Letters of intent from philanthropic sources, signed loan agreements, or cash in bank? Maybe before passing over to Maitane, please have in mind that we would expect that the projects have well identified and, to the extent possible, secured funding sources for the entirety of your investment. Relevant costs may be a fraction of that cost. Maitane.
Thank you, Roman. Indeed, that's a point that I wanted to clarify also. The Innovation Fund does not cover 60% of the investment cost. It covers 60% of the relevant costs that are calculated in the FIF. And there will be a session later on this morning on the relevant cost calculation. So please stay with us. So indeed, you will need to make sure that there is no funding gap and that you have identified all sources required to cover construction costs and any operational negative cash flows. At submission stage, what you will need to provide is sufficient proof on your strategy to mobilize the required financing, the required equity and debt for your project, and evidence that through the letters of support provided by the project sponsors. And also you will need to include financial statements to demonstrate the ability of the project shareholders to bring the required financing. Then at financial close stage, you will need to submit proof that the final investment decisions have been taken, and proof that all the financing agreements have been signed, and that all conditions in these agreements are fulfilled. Depending on the project, we will indeed require loan agreements, sometimes grant agreements signed with national and state aid authorities, or other documents that we might consider relevant, but this will be discussed during the grant agreement preparation.
And just to complement, the closer your project is to your planned financial close, the more deep evidence we would expect. So if you would claim that your project should reach financial close in 3 months after signing of the grant agreement, normally what the evaluators would expect is a full evidence, signed agreements with equity providers, with debt providers, and so on. If your financial close is more in distant future, then we would expect at least MOUs and credible support documentation that will underpin the claim that you put in your proposal. I don't see a biogas as a sector listed. Is that not a focus for the Innovation Fund on 2025 call? Is it still worth applying? And if so, what sector should it go under?
I can take that. So, first of all, let me point out that for the purposes of the GHG methodology, biomass-derived fuels include biomass, biogas, biomethane, etc. Now, your question is quite open, so we cannot answer it exactly here. Why? Because it really depends on exactly what your project does, which is your principal product, etc. There is not sufficient information, so I think you should try to go to the help desk and provide more details and ask this question. Nevertheless, we could say that generally project producing biogas, probably the recommended category is energy-intensive industries, and then the sectors would be refineries, as it is related to fuels. But again, I would direct you to the help desk with a better description of your project. Thank you.
Okay. Is it possible to start signing supply and offtake contracts to strengthen the project's operational financial maturity while remaining eligible for grant award, i.e. before the project is formally granted?
Yes, of course you can. You can start signing supply and offtake contracts before submission. And indeed, the more advanced you are in your negotiations with suppliers and offtake, the better to demonstrate the likelihood to reach financial close. However, please pay attention to two requirements of the call. First, projects that have reached financial close before submission are not eligible, so it's your responsibility to assess whether your project meets all the requirements for financial close before submission, and to demonstrate in the application that it doesn't. And also another point that you need to consider is that costs for activities incur for activities before submission are not eligible in the relevant cost calculation.
Thank you, Maitane. And I think this was the last question for this Q&A session. We are in the meantime answering the questions online. And I suggest that we take 5 minutes break for stretching our legs, taking a coffee or tea or whatever you prefer. And we shall restart again in 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. I'm sorry for cutting the break from 10 to 5 minutes, but in view of time, I think it's better that we finish on time. We still have 2 criteria ahead of us. We will have a presentation from Evelina looking to the accumulation questions. There were some questions related to that. We will look to the remaining bonus points, and then also deliverables and milestones, so that you are clear on that. And I pass the floor to Maria Alfayate, the Deputy Head of Unit at the Innovation Fund team at CINEA, then to Maitane, Evelina, and after your presentation, we will have another short Q&A session, and then we lunch for break. Then we break for lunch.
Thank you, Roman, and good morning for me as well. We are going to walk through the replicability criteria. And for this, bear in mind that we have to look at the application form Part B. And there we have a section 4.1 on replicability and a section 4.2 on knowledge sharing. Replicability is one of the criteria on which there have been changes compared to last year. And the main change relates to the do not significant harm technical screening criteria that was presented already by Rowan this morning. So please keep this in mind, because this is the main element that has changed in this criterion. Nevertheless, replicability covers 3 different elements. So replicability in terms of efficiency gains and multiple environmental impacts. What I was mentioning on the compliance with the do not significant harm criteria for environmental objectives other than the climate change mitigation, the contribution to Europe's industrial leadership and competitiveness. So let's walk through them. So efficiency gains and environmental impacts. Here you have to explain how the project addresses possible resource constraints through efficient use of resources, reduction in consumption of some critical raw material, sustainable biomass, and other scarce resources, or other ways to address resource constraints in terms of efficiency, circularity, recycling, and recyclability of these resources. So you will have to describe the potential of the solutions that you're proposing to address these multiple environmental impacts, for instance, increasing biodiversity, or reducing land, air, and water pollution. If we walk through the next one, so the compliance with the do not significant harm technical screening criteria, we already had an explanation this morning, a very comprehensive one of what is this about. So you will need here to provide an outline of the plan on how these criteria will be fulfilled. And for that, we point you to look in Annex 4 of the call document. And please bear in mind that here we're talking about the criteria for other objectives that other than climate change mitigation. So climate change mitigation objective is still being addressed in section 2.3 of Part B. Here are the other objectives. If we move now to the contribution to Europe's industrial leadership and competitiveness, we refer here to the contribution to new industrial ecosystems. So, for instance, new clusters, working with European suppliers, integration with the strategic energy infrastructure, for instance, projects which are connected to the project of common interest, building on European know-how, so creation and retention of intellectual property rights or technologies within the European Union or the European Economic Area, cooperation with universities which are based in these countries, research institutions, industry actors, capacity building activities, trainings, for instance, knowledge and plan outline, and demonstrated efforts on due diligence on the supply chain. where relevant, and this obviously depends on your specific project, you may need to refer to mitigating critical dependencies and diversifying the sourcing of critical raw materials, mitigating critical dependencies on final products or their main specific components when these come from third countries where it has been identified an EU dependency as in the communication linked to the Net Zero Industry Act. And then specifically, when we refer to maritime sector projects, it is important to refer to the ability to strengthening the EU maritime transport value chain, including the port activities, the increased competitiveness and job creation in the EU maritime sector, and demonstrating coordination on the development of green corridors. And for this and the definition of green corridors, we recommend you to look in the glossary of the call text. Okay, so wait, here. Okay, now we're going to have a look to some examples on how you can substantiate and demonstrate this contribution to Europe's industrial leadership and competitiveness. So this morning we have listened, for instance, from Uwe talking about one thing is claiming, another thing is demonstrating. So here you have as well some examples on how you can demonstrate in your proposal this contribution to Europe industrial leadership and competitiveness. For instance, examples of good practice. If you say that the project will work with suppliers which are part of the same industrial cluster, please provide evidence of this by the means of a memorandum of understanding or a letter of intent which has already been signed. So don't just claim saying that we are going to work with local suppliers and mobilize partnerships. So explain and put the suppliers, name them in your application, don't be generic. If you claim that a project is connected or the PCI, please clearly refer to that. For instance, we can think on the European hydrogen backbone. If you have partnerships with universities, provide as well sign a memorandum of understanding on a letter of intent. Try really to be as accurate and clear as possible. Other examples, for instance, if you refer to participation in voluntary initiatives on due diligence, name them. Here you have, for instance, the Initiative for Responsible Mining Assurance or Responsible Minerals Initiative or International RBC Agreement for Renewable Energy Sector, so please refer to them. If you have signed an agreement with a recycling partner for critical raw materials, provide the MOU that you have with them. As much evidence as possible, try to avoid ambiguous claims as we will create many jobs, for instance, for the installation, or we will provide training opportunities for employees. So be as much as possible concrete and accurate and name. And now if we move to knowledge sharing, this is knowledge sharing is as well communication, dissemination and visibility. So we have a package where we put together all of them. So you know that knowledge sharing is extremely important for the Innovation Fund program because we want to go beyond the projects we are supporting directly. So we really want to support on de-risking these innovative low carbon technologies in view of a wide scale commercialization afterwards. We want to accelerate the deployment, and knowledge sharing is extremely needed for this, as well as for increasing the undertaking and the confidence on these new technologies and new solutions by the wider public, and maintaining a competitive market for the post-deployment of these technologies. So here, what we expect you on this is to really check thoroughly the Annex 2 of the call text. And there you will see that you need to outline the activities, the content, the tools, the channels, the target groups that you are targeting through your knowledge sharing, going beyond the mandatory requirements that that you are expected. For instance, reporting and participating in knowledge sharing events organized by CINEA. For instance, we would expect that you explain participation and organization of technical, scientific events, training, lectures, participation in working groups or other type of discussion fora, organization of site visits, in some cases, why not, construction of a visitor center for some projects. You have as well to describe the visibility of the EU funding and how are you going to ensure it. I mean, you would be, if you are successful, be receiving money from the European Union, so you will need to ensure that this is visible in your projects. And finally, you will have to as well provide information on the quality, soundness, and reliability of all this information that you are providing. For successful projects, so this is information you have to include in your application, but then if your project is successful, you will need to present a detailed knowledge sharing plan as a deliverable in month 1. And for that, please check section 10 of the call document. And there you will find what is called a knowledge sharing template, which is available in the Funding and Tenders portal. At the moment of preparing your proposal, this is just for information, because it is just at the submission stage so that you can understand what you will be required in case your project is successful in the future. And with this, I think I hand it over to Maitane.
Thank you, Maria. Thanks. I will now go through the cost efficiency criterion and the main principles for the relevant cost calculation. This is a critical point because it's going to define your grant and also the ranking of your project in terms of cost efficiency. So the cost efficiency criterion is split in 2 parts. The first one is automatic. It will be a score based on the cost efficiency ratio that will be calculated by the financial information file. The second part will be qualitative, and it will be based on the assessment by the experts on the computation of the relevant cost and the cost efficiency. As you will see in the call text, the cost efficiency criterion has minimum requirements. For all topics except pilots, you must ensure that your cost efficiency ratio is lower or equal to 200 euros per ton of CO2. If you're above that threshold, the proposal will be rejected. For pilots, the threshold is higher. It will be 2,000 euros per ton of CO2. And if you're above, the proposal will not be rejected, but you will receive the minimum score. So what are the key documents you will need to read and fill in? First, please read carefully the relevant cost methodology. This will be the reference document for the calculation of the relevant cost and the cost efficiency. You will need to fill in the application form part B, the section, there is a section on relevant cost computation, the section 7.1. And you will need to submit and complete the financial information file and the detailed financial model I already mentioned this morning. Please note that you will also need to submit other annexes, which are mandatory in case you choose the fallback option for the relevant cost calculation, the reference plans methodology, and I will discuss this later, more in detail. So how does the FIF calculate the cost efficiency ratio? On the numerator, it will take the Innovation Fund grant, which is maximum 60% of your relevant cost, and it will also take other public support. and we will detail this a little bit later. On the denominator, it will take into account the absolute GHG emission avoidance during the 10 first years after entry into operation. Of course, you can request a lower amount, a lower grant than 60% of relevant costs, and this will allow your project to be more competitive on this criterion. A quick word on the other public support that needs to be included in the numerator of cost efficiency. It can be state aid or any additional EU support. It should be support in the form of CAPEX or OPEX grants that you can estimate at the moment of application, and the grant must be for the investment within the scope of the project. It should also be included in your financial model, in your financial projections. And in principle, this should be the case for all grants secured or requested before submission, but also any support that you consider necessary to reach a final investment decision. If the grants have not been requested, and if you consider that you can close your financing plan and reach a final investment decision without these grants, it's up to the applicants to decide to include them or not in the projections. Moving on to the definition of relevant costs. So relevant costs are the net extra costs borne by the applicants as a result of the investment in the innovative technology. In practice, it is calculated in the FIF, taking into account the CAPEX plus the present value of OPEX, maintenance CAPEX, minus the present value of revenues and any other operational benefits. The calculation is done automatically in the FIF on the basis of your financial projections. And revenues, OPEX, operational benefits, and maintenance CAPEX will be discounted at a certain rate, and this rate is the project WACC. And I will come back to this later. So please read carefully the definitions in the glossary of the relevant cost guidance. There you will find detailed information on what is eligible for each of these parameters. For example, there are some non-eligible items such as expansion CAPEX incurred after entry into operation, terminal value, any cost incurred before submission, depreciation, etc. In case of doubt on the eligibility of costs, after reading the relevant cost methodology, please refer to the help desk. A last point on relevant costs. Shortly before entering into operation, you will need to submit an audit to confirm the correctness of the relevant cost calculation. To calculate relevant costs, you can opt for two methodologies. First, the no reference plant, which is the default methodology and is highly recommended for all projects. It is compulsory for add-on projects. It is easy to use. And then you will also have the fallback option, which is the reference plant methodology. This methodology can only be used if your project fulfills certain conditions, which are detailed in the relevant cost methodology. And in particular, you must make sure that the project, that the reference plant is in Europe and is based on a real case. Please pay attention also that in case you select this methodology, you will need to submit additional documents. For the sake of time, I'm not going to go more in details on that, but please read carefully the requirements on these additional documents that are detailed in section 5 of the call text. Some general tips for relevant cost calculation. The first one is that we highly recommend that you do not wait to calculate your relevant costs, and we recommend that you start as early as possible to avoid being in a situation where you spend a lot of time working on your application and you realize only at the end that the relevant cost amount is very limited and does not meet your expectations. Read carefully the relevant cost methodology, especially to be sure if the cost included in financial projections are eligible or not. You have a section on incremental add-on projects in the relevant cost methodology. This, for example, will be relevant for projects installing carbon capture units on existing plants. Please make sure that for these projects, you add a sheet in your detailed financial model to demonstrate the financial viability of the aggregated process, even if the relevant cost needs to be based only on the incremental investment. Finally, just note that you can combine sheets of the FIF and the detailed financial model if this helps you ensure the consistency of both documents. But please make sure that you submit both as separate annexes, otherwise your proposal will not be considered eligible. What has changed in the relevant cost methodology this year? Not much. In the relevant cost, the main principles remain unchanged, but we have tried to clarify a certain number of points, especially based on the questions that were submitted last year in the help desk. For instance, we clarify the duration of the financial projections that must be computed over the expected project lifetime, the rules on lease financing that are applicable to all projects and not only to maritime projects. We also clarify the treatment of any revenue linked to decommissioning if they arise during the 10 first years of operation. We have also included additional guidance on the boundaries for relevant cost calculation that must be, of course, aligned with the project scope presented in all sections of the application. And we also have clarified guidance on revenue or cost assumptions for integrated projects. We have updated the list of other excluded items. For example, this year it's clear that acquisition of plants or facilities that have been commissioned and are under operation before application cannot be considered as eligible CAPEX. In-kind contributions neither. We have introduced minor updates in the definition of the glossary, so please read them carefully. And we have simplified the rules of WACC computation and the rules on cumulation, and we will describe these 2 points more in detail. First, on the WACC. So the WACC is a very important parameter for the relevant cost calculation because the WACC is used to discount the future revenues and costs. And applicants need to calculate a project WACC based on the cost of equity and cost of debt of your project and in line with the relevant cost methodology. Please do not use your internal WACC for the relevant cost computation. The formula for the WACC is in the slide. It's described in detail in the relevant cost methodology. And please read it carefully because the Innovation Fund methodology might have some specificities compared to your methodology to calculate the WACC. So for example, if you intend to finance the project with a shareholder loan, we will consider this loan as bearing the same risk as equity. So it should be reflected as equity in the formula. For the gearing ratio also, the equity and debt share should be based on the total capital value, excluding all subsidies. So please follow the guidance to avoid any penalization during evaluation. Very few proposals failed last year on cost efficiency, less than 2% of all proposals evaluated. But one of the main reasons was the incompliance of the WACC calculation, resulting in an overestimation of the relevant cost and the grant requested. Of course, we fully understand that you might use a different WACC internally to proceed with the investment decision, and this can be explained in the application and will be taken into account by the experts. But for the purpose of the relevant cost calculation, please follow the relevant cost methodology. This year, we have introduced some simplifications on the WACC parameters, especially on the cost of equity. So we have updated the risk-free rate with the values based on the latest figures of the European Central Bank, as we do every year. The beta is fixed value this year, fixed value of 1 for all sectors. The equity risk premium has a default rate, default value of 6%, which is highly recommended. You have the possibility to adjust the ERP plus or minus 2% if you provide sufficient justification. For the innovation risk premium, the default value is 2.5% this year, with a possibility to increase to 3% for highly innovative projects. Please pay attention to the guidance in the relevant cost methodology. The ERP and the innovation premium can be adjusted within the boundaries defined in the methodology, but please note that failure to provide a credible justification will be penalized during evaluation. Finally, one last word. You have a tutorial available online on how to fill and complete the financial information file. We hope it will help to clarify most of the questions you may have, but please don't hesitate to come back to us on the help desk. And now I hand over again.
Thank you very much, Maitane. Yes, I will continue on the rules on combined support or rules on cumulation. Both terms can be used almost interchangeably. You already explained actually the main principles of that, but I would like to unpack them a bit further. This issue of cumulation rules and representation of combined public support in the cost efficiency is not happening for all Innovation Fund projects. It is still minority of projects which are in this situation, but I must say it's not a small minority. This is why, you wouldn't say it's a niche issue, and we wanted to explain it properly at the info days. We also, every year, we receive many questions on this at the help desk, so our chance to address it proactively. So yes, as far as cost efficiency is concerned, you have to put, of course, the requested Innovation Fund grant in the numerator, but you might need to put there as well other public support. Now, this public support, you only put there in the cost efficiency numerator if it is state aid or it is another EU funding support. Horizon Europe, Connecting Europe Facility, you know all major EU funding programs. You only put there in the numerator this other public support if it is falling on the same project. Only if it is in the form of CAPEX or OPEX grants, for which amount can be estimated at the moment of application. So you need to have certain level of certitude in order to estimate it. And only if it is included in the project financial model, and that will be notably the case if this public support is already secured. So if you have all those four conditions fulfilled, you will have to put it in the cost efficiency numerator. And additional piece of information, you will also have to respect the cumulation rules. Those cumulation rules are different depending on the other public support. So, for example, if this other public support is EU funding program, another EU funding program, then you have to follow the rules of no double funding stemming from the financial regulation. If this other public support is state aid, and you will have to identify under which state aid framework this state aid was approved and follow the rules of the relevant framework. We have prepared a questions and answers document which provides you with preliminary guidance on the rules of cumulation, but mind you, it's preliminary. You will always need to check with your national competent authorities because very often the fine print is what matters, and you need to see specific circumstances in which you received this other public support. Now, if I return those four conditions, let us see what happens. So, if this public support is not state aid or EU funding, it can be a national funding which is not state aid, then you can disregard it. You don't need to pull it into the numerator. There won't be cumulation rules to follow. If this public support is for a different phase of the project, for example, aerial phase, or for a totally distinct part of another project, then you also can disregard it. If it takes other form than grants, then you will have to reflect it in the relevant cost. Cumulation rules might apply, but you are not putting that in the cost efficiency numerator. And finally, if this public support is not yet secured, then it is up to the applicant. You need to assess if this other public support is absolutely required to reach your FID, and then if it is, then okay, you include it in the financial model. If not, you can leave it outside, and then only if you secure this additional public support, the accumulation rules will apply. And now I will be doing a deep dive into each of the 4 conditions. I hope it will be helpful. So I already alluded that this other public support, it's a big umbrella. Public support, of course, the money, so to say, is coming from the public resources, so that's very intuitive. But you can see that more or less there are 3 types of this other public support. So first of all, it can be EU funding. I already gave example of Horizon Europe, Connecting Europe Facility, LIFE program, RRF. There is a couple of them which are also relevant for the decarbonization projects. So you will all have them in this category. If it is other EU funding, then the conditions apply. If this other public support comes from the national coffers, then you need to look into this a bit more closely. Either it is a general measure in a sense that all economic actors in a country can benefit from that, or all economic actors in a given sector, in a given situation. If this is a general measure, if it is not state aid, then no restrictions apply. You can disregard it from the cost efficiency numerator. Now, if it is state aid, whether it is notified state aid or not notified state aid, then those rules apply. Very often you will be in the situation that we put there as a third box possibility. You don't know if this national support is state aid or general measure. And then we advise you to contact the national competent authority, the one which is providing the support, which is administering it, to check if this support is state aid or not. If you are very brave, you could go to the registry of all the state aid, which is on the DG Competition website, and search for it. But word of warning, it might be complicated. We think it's an easier way to go directly to national authority. If national authority is still in doubt, they can check directly with DG Competition. There are existing channels of communication. And then I need to mention one more case, free allowances under emission trading system, which many of the installations which operate receive. Happily, this is neither EU funding support nor state aid, so you can receive them, and there are no rules on cumulation, and you don't need to put them in the numerator of cost efficiency. Now I'm going to the second condition, which is we can portray as a question: is the support for the same project? Okay, you have a couple of graphs which may look complicated at the first sight. On the left hand, you can see the situation that for the same project you will be receiving innovation fund support and other public support, or at least you receive them for 2 projects but which have some overlaps. Well, in this case, we have the case of cumulation. You will need to check. Now, you might be very well in a situation that you can actually clearly separate it. For example, your hydrogen production facility receives Innovation Fund grant, but infrastructure that it is using is receiving Connecting Europe facility. Very good. These are 2 separate projects. They all receive public support. They are not overlapping. Very good. Both they can continue like that, and there are no specific restrictions on the accumulation. Now, the third and the fourth condition. Third condition was including this public support in the project financial model. Like we said, unless it is already secured by the applicant, it is the choice of the applicant whether it is included or not. Now, the moment that you take this decision, okay, I'm including this other public support in my financial model because I need it for my FID, then you have to put it as well in the numerator of the cost efficiency. And the last item that we have to unpack a little bit is the form of this public support. Here our rules change a little bit, and we provided update in the relevant cost methodology, so please have a careful look. If the support is in the form of grants, so you receive lump sum payments, either for CAPEX or OPEX or both, you can estimate their amount in advance, then yes, you have to put them in the numerator of cost efficiency and exclude, and then by mirror reflection, you don't include them in the relevant cost calculation. But for all other types, and increasingly we see more and more this kind of support, especially in terms of state aid, less so for the EU funding programs, the support can take form of fiscal or parafiscal measures, meaning tax reductions, tax exemptions, tariff reductions, for example, for your electricity consumption, contracts for difference, feed-in tariffs, indirect cost compensation is also in this category. Then it would be, to some extent, difficult to estimate what will be exactly the lump sum amount that your project will be receiving from those measures. Then we are asking you to include them in the relevant cost calculation. For example, include the price of electricity consumption, price of electricity that you will be paying, which might not be the market price of electricity, but the one which is bonified by the state aid. So you should be in one situation or the other, and then in the darker boxes, we provide a bit of guidance where exactly to include it in the sheets of the financial model, and in which exactly sheets of the relevant costs you have to include them. Please follow this very, very closely. Like that we don't have mistakes later. And that's it from my presentation. I pass to Maria.
Thank you, Evelina. We're going to move now to bonus points 2 and 3. We have already listened to bonus point 1 this morning from Costis. So bonus point 2 is about SMEs. And this is a new bonus point. It is just for projects which are coordinated and implemented by small and medium-sized enterprises. And to now, what is considered small and medium-sized enterprises, you need to check the definition on the EU SME recommendation 2003/361, and it's very clear there. If you are in this situation, you are entitled, in principle, to receive the bonus point, your proposal, in the moment of the evaluation. And this is something you have to look at in application for Part B, Section 6. And then we have another bonus point which has not changed, and is that for maritime sector projects, and it's only for projects in the maritime sector, not those which are related or regards shipping or whatsoever. So projects in the maritime sector, application for Part B, Section 6, and it's for projects that have a demonstrating potential for decarbonizing the maritime sector and reducing the climate impacts of the same one. So with this, I think we finalized the bonus point, and now we're going to briefly go through the next item, which is not the criteria. As you can see, it's about mandatory milestones and deliverables. So here, just to give you kind of a general overview, because, I mean, all of them are clearly listed in the code text. But, I mean, just as a reminder, you will have to include them in the application form Part B on sections 7.1, so the work plan, as well as 7.2, the work packages, activities, resources, and timing. And the most important ones should as well be included in the timetable Gantt chart, which is a mandatory document that has to come with your application. So this is a list of milestone, deliverables, and timeline. I mean, I don't intend to go through all of them, just key messages. Milestones that you see on your left-hand side in the column, the only one which is really mandatory, the first one, I mean, as work package 1, is the financial close. So this is the mandatory milestone for work package 1. The other ones are a list of milestones that normally IF projects have, but they might be or not suitable for your project. So just use those that are applicable or needed for to carry out your project. On the deliverables, the list that you have is that of mandatory deliverables. So you will need in month 1 a detailed project management plan, a final version of your financial model, a knowledge sharing plan, and a knowledge sharing report. Then at the moment of the financial close, so at the end of work package 1, you will need an updated knowledge sharing report. Every 6 months, you will need progress reports, except when they coincide with an interim payment, and then you will have the report that goes with the payment, but not an additional one. And then at financial close, you will need as well a first update to the detailed project management plan, as well, and this is very important, all the key documents which are necessary to verify that you really have achieved financial close. If we move on to work package 2, which is that one that goes between financial close and entry into operation. Again, here the milestones, the only one which is mandatory is the one related to the entry into the operation of your project. The other ones are there as examples of milestones that often Innovation Fund projects have between these 2 milestones, the financial close and the entry into operation. The list of deliverables is mandatory, and there are 2 of them which are key if you want for this work package. All of them are needed, but the one that is the statement by an independent auditor on the correctness of the relevant cost calculation that has to be provided at least 2 months before the entry into operation is a key one, as well as the GHG monitoring plan, and is needed at the moment of entry into operation. You have there as well a list of other documents that have to be provided, updating in knowledge sharing plan, in knowledge sharing report, and different progress reports. Then we have the work packages that go after entry into operation, and these are the work packages during what we call the monitoring period. The monitoring period normally is 5 years for, generally speaking, the majority of the Innovation Fund projects. Is the time in which your project is already has entered into operation, and there is a monitoring of this reduction of GHG that is expected. In the case of small-scale projects and pilots, the monitoring period is normally 3 years. So again, here you have a list of the deliverables which are mandatory. You need to submit an annual GHG emission report at the end of the year of the operation. And as I said, there's many depending on your monitoring time, and you also have to provide other type of reports. And then we have the last year in which your project is in monitoring, and then is the last year of operation. And there is very important that on top of reports and the annual emission report corresponding to that year, you have to provide a verified GHG emission report covering the entire monitoring period. And this report has to be verified by a verifier which is authorized to do that. You have there a list of all the deliverables which are needed at that stage, but in the interest of time and to allow some questions, I will stop here and hand it over to Roman.
Thank you, colleagues, for this let's say last slides of the morning session. I hope that you have now a full picture of what is needed for a successful preparation of your proposal. One complementary point for entry into operation, when we are talking about deliverables, the completion certificate and handover certificates are obviously the critical technical deliverables to confirm that the plant or the site that you are building has reached the stage at which it has been handed back to you and can start to produce what you need to produce. Okay, let's take a couple of questions. Could you please clarify if there is a specific minimum percentage of equipment or components that must originate from the EUEA under the Innovation Fund call? If such percentage applies, how will compliance be verified during the application and implementation stages? I think I can take that one, or Evelina. There is no specific percentage in Net Zero Technologies call. Nevertheless, under the replicability criterion, we have a requirement that the projects should demonstrate to what extent they mitigate the risk of increasing the dependence on a country on which Europe is strategically dependent. So the more your project provides evidence and claims to reduce import dependency on solutions, products, parts, the higher it could score. Evelina, is this correct?
Absolutely, Roman, correct. I will only add that in the award criterion, which is contribution to EU leadership, it is also mentioned that a project could, but it is many of the options, could demonstrate that they work with the European suppliers, not only for the components, for the equipment, but also, for example, for feedstocks. So this is something that you may choose if you are in the situation to valorize in your application, but absolutely, there are no minimum thresholds. We are not checking those. And then, indeed, in terms of sourcing of equipment or their components, we are fully aligned with this Net Zero Industry Act. So we already identified as a commission on which countries we have dependency today, for which components. There are not so many cases of those. All of that we even repeated in the footnote of the call text so that you don't need to navigate several documents. So yes, if you can avoid for your equipment sourcing from this one country on which we have dependency, that is also a plus.
Thank you. Is there extra points if the project is being accomplished by a consortium of SMEs and research institutions? I can take that one. We have a bonus point that is new in this call. So for projects that are purely managed, implemented, coordinated by SMEs, such projects in principle should be eligible for a bonus point. Okay, so as long as your consortium is purely based on SMEs, whether it's a mono-beneficiary or you have more parties, in such case you should be in principle eligible for a bonus point. Is it correctly understood that any state aid support already secured has to be included in the relevant cost calculation, even if it's not necessary to proceed with the final investment decision? If this is the case, it seems to be not clearly explained in the methodology, page 17. Yeah.
Okay, this question is a bit yes, so this question is a bit surprising that the support that you already secured is not necessary, because if you have public support, which is just nice to have, I wonder personally how it was awarded. But okay, taking this question at the face value, if you have already public support secured, normally we expect that it is necessary to reach your final investment decision. Without this support, your project would not have happened. And then, yes, we are asking it to put it not in relevant cost calculation, but in your financial model, right? And then, whether you put it in the relevant cost calculation or whether you put it in the cost efficiency numerator, it depends on the form that the support is taking. So as I was explaining earlier, if it takes form of the grant, lump sum grant, for which amount you can identify in advance, then we are asking you to put it in the numerator of cost efficiency. If it is different form, for example, reduction of the taxes, different tariff, and so on, then we are asking you to reflect it in the relevant cost calculation.
What information should be made available when sharing knowledge? Do we have to provide all the studies carried out for the project only for companies that request it from us for free? Maria, do you want to?
Well, first of all, I would like to make very clear that in knowledge sharing, we carried out any activities ensuring anonymity and non-disclosure of any sensitive elements. So I mean, when we prepare the knowledge sharing report, normally on a yearly basis, this rule is strictly applied, and all the information which is made available publicly, I mean, is anonymized. We work with clusters of projects in the same area, so you cannot identify who is the company or the project coming up with a certain solution or having faced a certain problem of a certain situation. And the same applies, I mean, as we have referred, we maintain and we animate on a yearly basis also knowledge sharing events. These knowledge sharing events are closed door, so there are just the projects from the program or other programs supported by the EU that come together, that discuss. And we apply Chatham rules. So, I mean, again, what happens in the room stays in the room and nothing is being made public. And the reports which are being produced afterwards follow the same rules as the knowledge sharing reports. So there is not any type of sensitive information which relates to a company, a solution, or a project which is made publicly available, being possible to recognize.
Okay, so in other words, no sensitive information from the project is shared publicly, nor with your competitors. We do take care of protecting the integrity of the information. For the audit at the entry into operation, I presume this is the relevant cost audit statement. Now, do project costs need to be identifiable, verifiable as directly necessary cost linked to the administration and realization of specific project tasks, milestones and outcomes as described in the Innovation Fund application?
Yes, thank you. So yes, the objective of the audit on relevant costs at entry into operation is to ensure that your relevant cost calculation is still compliant with the call rules and the relevant cost methodology. So yes, the auditor will verify the eligibility of the costs effectively incurred during construction. So yes, costs must be verifiable, directly linked to the action, and within the scope of the project. And beneficiary must keep all proofs on cost incurred so that this audit can be carried. The auditor will also verify the OPEX and revenue assumptions based on the contract signed with off-takers and suppliers. And just pay attention to this provision in the call text that the grant could be decreased if the results of the audit demonstrate that the grant amount requested is higher than 60% of the recalculated relevant cost.
Yeah, and the objective of this audit is to ensure that there is no overcompensation, since at the point of signing the grant agreement, the sizing of the relevant cost is based on assumptions before the project starts, whereas at the entry into operation, you should have all the material and evidence, because essentially you are entering into operation, so you know what you have spent, and it's to ensure that the relevant costs are still compliant with the provisions of the call and the methodology, and that we don't cross the 60% threshold with the grant at the entry into operation. Yeah, okay. Okay, I think colleagues are signaling that we should stop here. In the meantime, during the breaks, also your answers will be answered via Slido. So we will not stop. You can still ask questions via Slido. You have the QR code on the screen, or via the hashtag Innovation Fund 25 Net Zero Technologies. From my end, I think we are closing the session for the morning. Just a reminder, please stay connected also for the afternoon. On the same link, we will have an afternoon session dedicated to other important aspects. We will hear from the colleagues in the European Investment Bank about the project development assistance. We will hear from 3 projects that succeeded in previous calls about their experience that may be inspirational for you. We will have a dedicated part for the support that national contact points can provide to you that is relevant, I think. And we will still have 3 Q&A sessions planned for you. So please stay connected. And now I think we will break for lunch. But before doing so, just a reminder, we will have a series of national info days that will be organized in January and February, I think in 24 countries, I think that's the count as of today. So please stay in contact with your national contact points, register and participate if possible. Colleagues will explain in the afternoon what can be done at those info days. And also for 19th of May, we are working already on the next edition of the CleanTech conference that will be again streamed and also hybrid, I presume, with a physical presence here in Brussels. In case you know people around you who have a good expert profile who could help us with evaluating the proposals, please share the word. We are always open to attract new colleagues who is helping us with the evaluation. Obviously, if you submit a project, you should not apply to become also an expert because of the conflict of interest provisions. But if you know people around you with the financial profile, technical profiles, please spread the word so that we expand the group of people we work with. And you will find all the information on the slides, on these links. The slides and the recording will be made available on the CINEA website after the event. And I think that we will also have a survey once we finish with the info day. So colleagues will show you the link to Slido survey. We will ask for you a bit of a time also to participate there, because we are very interested to hear from you about how successful we were today to provide the necessary information and how to improve these events also going forward. So thank you very much for your attention. As we said in the morning, it's a pity that we can't see you in this setup. But we can read you, and that's important, and we can answer your questions. We will continue doing so in the afternoon. But before starting at 1:30, I wish you all bon appetit and see you later.
Please enter the number you wish to connect to, followed by the pound. Please hold while I try to connect you. Please enter the number you wish to connect to, followed by... Please hold while I try to connect you.
Good afternoon and welcome back. We are about to start the afternoon session of this Info Day on the Innovation Fund 2025 Net Zero Technologies. My name is Maria Alfayate, and some of you probably have listened to me in the morning. So I'm the Deputy Head of Unit of the Innovation Fund Unit at CINEA. And I keep on being here and surrounded by many colleagues from both DG CLIMA and CINEA. This morning we have listened to and we have got an overview of the policy context, the general provisions of the call, the award criteria, the key lessons that we have learned from the past on the different criteria. And once more, we strongly encourage you to review the material that is available online, as well as that will be made available after the Info Day today. And now, this afternoon, we are getting to something slightly different, because for the first time, we're going to be connecting to the experience live from projects that have applied to the Innovation Fund and are currently carrying on their project. So we are going to start with a presentation by the European Investment Bank on the Project Development Assistant, and we will have later the experience by a project that has benefited from them, which is VianaWave. We'll have a short Q&A session, and then we'll go into another small session in which we'll have the presentation by WasteLessDHS, which is a small-scale project that succeeded with their first application. So, I mean, they will share with us how it was. And then we're going to have another project which didn't make it the first time, but made it the second one, which is Greenfield Biogas. Another Q&A, and then we're going to have, again, for the first time, not just my colleagues from DG CLIMA, it will be Lucie Rabier, presenting what the national contact point have to offer and are doing for the applicants, but then we're going to have really the presentation by two of the national contact points, the Italian and the French one, who are going to explain to us what is that they are doing to support the applicants from their countries, and another Q&A before closing around 3 o'clock. So I wanted as well to tell you that in the back office, our colleagues are continuing answering to questions through Slido on anything that you have listened to this morning on Criterion, on questions that you may have. The question and answer, the live ones, so those that we will open this afternoon, there will be questions on the presentations that we're going to have in the sessions. But still, if you have any other type of questions, be sure that there is an army of colleagues here who are working hard to answer them. As Roman explained this morning, I would like as well to make this disclaimer and to put it on the screen, because the two documents of reference, in case there is any type of disagreement between what you are going to listen or you are listening to today and the documents available online. So the two documents which are the reference ones are the Innovation Fund call text and the question and answers which are available in the funding and tenders portal. So in case there will be any disagreement between some presentation or statements which are made today in the morning or in the afternoon, and the call text and the frequently asked questions, I mean, those two are the reference and they have a precedent over the other materials. And to remind to you that we are working with Slido. So please use, go to slido.com to connect, and you have there the code. So hashtag IF25 NZT. So you can put your questions through Slido. And now, without any other delay, I'm gonna pass the floor to Julie Doe-Madu, who is the head of unit of Innovation Fund Corporate Finance Advisory at the European Investment Bank. So, Julie, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon. Hello to everyone. Thanks for having me here. So, indeed, I will present, I think, for the next 10 minutes, an overview of the project development assistance, which being the advisory support that is provided to PDA beneficiaries under the Innovation Fund. Next slide, please. Maybe the next one. Thank you. Just a quick summary about the EIB. I'm conscious of time and wanting us to have questions at the end. But just to give an overview of ourselves here at the EIB, we've been branded as the climate bank, I think, for the last 10 years or so. And objectively, we've set ourselves targets to invest 1 trillion euros in climate action and environmental sustainability by 2030. And also to focus our lending activity and dedicate it to projects that emphasize climate action and environmental sustainability, but more so to achieve a target of at least 50% of EIB lending focused on that capacity. Now, we surpassed that percentage some time ago. I think in the last count it was around 58%, but of course with the year ending for 2025, in a few months or so, we should have a final overview as to whether we've absolutely achieved the target, and by far how much so. Now, another action that we have set for ourselves and as the EU Climate Bank is aligning all our financing activities with the Paris Agreement. We were the first multilateral agency to do that. In addition to this, also, we developed lending policy that basically ended fossil fuel financing from the EIB. I believe that was in 2019 or so. So for quite a considerable time, we've been focused on supporting the development of climate action, environmental sustainability, and the reduction of greenhouse emissions within the EU. Now, although we are the world's largest multilateral lender and borrower, our primary market is, of course, the European Union. About 10% of our activity is outside the EU, but our main focus is developing the EU market. Now, with that in mind, we have here 4,000 plus staff, some of which spread out, of course, through our local offices around the world, but the bulk of whom operate out of our headquarters in Luxembourg. And unique to the EIB, we are not just finance professionals, but we also have engineers, in-house economists, and socio-environmental experts who each appraise projects in order to give the green light to the lending. So unique, as I said, to other institutions and other banks, we go beyond just having finance professionals giving a tick or cross for an evaluation. We actually look into the technical elements too, and that plays a key part within our appraisals. We have local offices, I think at the last count, 60 around the world. Now, through those local offices and through our networks, we've become partner of choice to many cities and regions since our existence 60 plus years or so. And this has allowed us to lead as the climate finance provider, not just within the EU, but globally. And being an EU institution, we are, of course, governed by the EU member states, who are all stakeholders within the EIB itself, although the EIB does operate as an independent entity. Next slide, please. Now, the focus of this presentation is obviously the Innovation Fund PDA. Now, EIB has been mandated by the colleagues at the European Commission for us to deliver this project development assistance, so the PDA. Now, one can ask, what is PDA? So PDA really is a dedicated program that serves to offer financial and technical advisory to beneficiaries in order to support the development of the projects in terms of improving the maturity of those. Now, the maturity definition is set out in the delegated regulation itself, but in essence, it's in terms of developing the scope and the proposal of a project in terms of planning, business model, financial and legal structures and such, and essentially helping to improve the bankability of a project. Now, the delegated regulation breaks down further the activities that may be funded by way of PDA. And in a few slides later, there's a bit more graphic and a bit more detail, but essentially the activities encompass developing the project documentation or components of the project design, in order to, as mentioned earlier, boost the maturity of the project proposal. With our colleagues from our technical teams, we also work on assessing the feasibility of the projects and also including the technical and economic studies to get an encompassed overview of the market and the technical viability of the project. On the financial side, we can provide support in terms of the financial, business, legal structures of the project. We don't provide legal advice, but we can give some guidance, and of course we direct all beneficiaries to employ their own legal advisors and take direction from them. And also another aspect of PDA activity is the capacity building of the project proponent. Now, the work is done through EIB experts in financial and technical advisory. So we have ourselves, so the colleagues from my unit who focus on delivering the financial advisory. And then we have a sister unit in our projects directorate who provide the technical advisory. And together we appraise, review, screen, and support the PDA beneficiaries with the scoped advisory. On the right, you'll see just a summary really of the benefits of PDA and the role that EIB is playing here in terms of having to select projects that focus on low effective participation member states and sectors. Now, the member states, of which there are about 15 or so that have been selected by the colleagues at the Commission, we aim to target projects that come from those member states so that we can support them better, and hopefully we can see more applications for the Innovation Fund from such member states, and also for the small-scale projects and particularly immature projects. And there we hope to support them with as much PDA as possible in order to boost their chances of a favourable reapplication. And PDA is accessible to both large, middle and small-scale projects, but ultimately the aim is to enhance the chances of reaching a financial close. So getting the grant is one thing, but obviously the project proposal needs to be palatable, let's say, to potential investors or financiers. So with the PDA, we look at the projects holistically and identify what is required in terms of getting a project to support its aim of reaching financial close and obviously starting operations. Next slide, please. So here is a schematic, I guess, overview of the types of PDA support. Really, it's broken down to the three sections you see on the right. So due diligence assessments, financial services and technical services. Now, these are just sort of heading overviews. With each project, we screen the commentary, we screen the proposal, we screen the business plan, financial model, feasibility studies, all elements of the actual application to the Innovation Fund. And if a project wants to apply to the Innovation Fund, we also try and derive as much information as we can from the preliminary documentations provided to us. And with that, we try and then scope and identify the types of PDA support that could be beneficial to a project, ideally to narrow the gaps that may be visible in a project proposal, so that should an application be put forward for an Innovation Fund grant application, or if the promoter were to go and seek funding from investors or financiers, that ultimately the questions that would be asked can be asked through the actual deliverables that we provide. A big part of our work focuses on the financial side on scoping the business plans to make them much more coherent, setting out risk analyses, or in fact, I would say the 90% of our work is focused on financial modelling. The financial model requirements set out in the Innovation Fund are obviously quite unique, and as such we work with promoters often to try and align to the requirements of the Innovation Fund, but also to leave them with a financial model they can take to other other lenders, and also be able to access the requisite funding that they need to fill up any financing gap that, say, is left over from having a grant application that's successful. Now, ultimately, the aim for the PDA support is to guide promoters through the innovation fund process, but also enhance the project bankability and financial close. A good feature of it also that stems is that we are able to connect promoters with suitable EIB products or EU financing options. So if a promoter informs us that they'd be interested in discussing with our colleagues in the lending department here, then we can obviously put them in direct contact with our colleagues in lending, and they can discuss loan options with them. Equally, we like to link promoters with other market players and also other third-party investors. So should a promoter be requiring an equity raise or be looking to discuss further financing, we can put them in touch with contacts that we have, either VCs, equity houses, or other commercial banks, etc. Next slide, please. Here, just a snapshot of the different types of PDA support, just so people can get more of an overview of what it actually looks like, or the types of support that they would receive. Ordinarily, they are documentation in the form of market assessments, technical assessments, risk assessments, financial projections. Financial modelling itself breaks down to quite a few elements in terms of looking at the various assumptions, the sensitivities, scenario building, which all playing together to actually develop the business plan itself, and vice versa. And also, as mentioned earlier, should promoters be looking at raising equity, we try and help support them with an investor package, so equity pitch documentation that they can take onwards to discuss with equity houses. Next, please. So EIB has been mandated by the Commission since 2021 to provide PDA. And so our first mandate ran from 2021 to 2024, and within that time, we provided PDA to 62 projects across 15 countries. Now, as we know, there's more than 15 countries in the EU, so that was a big driver for the new mandate. In order to enlarge the scope, we've sought to indeed press for selecting areas or countries of lesser participation that we've seen before, so that hopefully we can increase this number from 15 countries to 27, ideally. But having said that, within the first mandate, we're able to provide PDA to 62 projects, a mix of large scale and small scale. Often we found that projects tended to be quite concentrated in hydrogen and energy storage and electricity storage sectors. Another popular one there was also renewable energy, naturally, of course, and chemicals. Now, in terms of countries, we found that France and Spain and Italy were also very good in terms of the level of innovation, because we often saw quite a number of projects from those, and I think they still continue to lead in that aspect. But as I said, the intention really moving forwards is to try and fill in a few more countries on this map with some colour. The next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, this slide is a little bit different. In terms of the new mandate that we have, EIB signed a mandate to continue the Innovation Fund PDA from 2025 till 2028, of which 250 projects will be supported with PDA. Now, the way that the PDA is set up, or let's say the entry points for the PDA, differs from the first mandate, whereby the first mandate we received the projects that applied to the Innovation Fund, and CINEA, based on their evaluation, then recommended projects to us for PDA, of which we then screened and then defined our own recommendations and move forward. With this new mandate, not only do we receive projects that have applied to the Innovation Fund, but we receive all projects that are not greenlit for grant preparation. So we received the entire bulk of projects that will not move forward with the grant. And secondly, there is an entry point now whereby promoters do not need to wait for an application to the call. So if a promoter is interested in applying to the call, or perhaps they're not, there's an open door PDA that we have whereby throughout the year, promoters can approach us directly through our website, where further information is provided, and there promoters can fill in an application or request to speak to us, and then we can meet and discuss and identify the scope that may suit the project itself, and help with providing PDA based on the eligibility of the project to the Innovation Fund. Now, it's not a requirement or prerequisite that projects need to apply for the Innovation Fund, but given that the Innovation Fund is paying for the PDA, the projects need to be eligible for it. So there we have the open PDA, which is the workstream 1, and workstream 2 is as continued from before, really, which is where the projects have applied to the Innovation Fund call. But given the wide and extended scope of this new mandate, we're able to select projects based on preset KPIs that we have had defined through discussions with the colleagues at the Commission. And also we're able to cover new sectors and new geographies, and also offer PDA to a larger number of projects, as you will see there with the 250 that's to be awarded during the agreement's lifetime. Next slide, please. So the main stages of the EIB PDA process, just to give an overview. So projects, really, this is more so in terms of a structured PDA. So the bulk of the projects will come through the calls. So we thought to highlight this element first. So CINEA will evaluate the projects once the call has closed. They will identify the ones which are suitable for grant preparation, and every other project thereafter is then shared with EIB. We will then go through the applications. We'll make our own assessments and select projects in consideration of our KPIs, so the indicators that we have agreed with the Commission, and also take a view based on the commentary and evaluations from CINEA. Once that is done, we've identified the projects that we think would benefit most from PDA. We then submit these to the colleagues at DG CLIMA, and in order to get their green light for us to actually proceed with delivering the PDA. And once we have that, we then move to execution, whereby we contact the promoters, discuss where they're at with the project, where they'd like to go, their expectations. We try and identify a scope that we would have already got a scope, but we need to identify whether it matches their own idea of a scope. So once both parties have negotiated, we then enter into a PDA agreement, and then move onwards to provide the advisory support. Now, the typical timeline for PDA, it varies, but ordinarily it's between 3, 4 to 6 months or so, depending on the number of tasks, let's say. Obviously a project that requires 2, financial modeling, let's say, and some capital structuring is a lot lighter than one that requires those elements and a market study and a feasibility study, let's say. So based on the scope, we will then set a timeline expectation, and obviously there's a limitation on budget, but ordinarily it's 1 or 2 EIB experts working alongside the promoters with the support of financial and technical consultants where need be, with the aim to wrap up the projects within 6 months. A few projects here and there may take longer, just subject to need, but ordinarily within 6 months we hope to conclude all elements of the PDA. Now, our role is to support promoters in developing their project proposals. So ultimately, the overall responsibility for the success of a project proposal remains with the promoter. So, we provide advice, meaning we give suggestions, direction, but ultimately it's the promoter that decides what to submit as their application. Next slide, please. So this gives a view of the project assessment and selection. These are really predefined KPIs that have been set with DG CLIMA as part of our contribution agreement. So essentially, from the projects that we pick, there's a target that 50% of them should meet geographical balance. So the priority countries listed there in green, we will target projects from those countries, not only to, let's say, select from the workstream 2, but also in terms of our open PDA, we will aim to target those markets through our local offices, through our industrial networks, and also really heads of offices that we have, really to get the word out about the Innovation Fund and Innovation Fund PDA in those countries, so that we can try and entice as many promoters to present their projects and step forward and present their innovation. So we have a focus on selecting up to 50% based on geographical balance, then a further 30% on sectoral balance, because we find that there are some sectors that are less represented, as per the slide a little while back. We saw that the sectors most often were hydrogen and renewable energy and such. So there was a focus on other sectors to try and see if we can entice promoters from those, such as energy-intensive industries and wind and aviation, etc., and maritime and buildings, to try and submit proposals and then hopefully be successful. We also have a target based on project maturity, so to try and support projects that score towards the lower end of the application scores, try and support those and boost them, so again they can have a better chance at a possible reapplication should they want to. And there is also a target for project size, but that is not predefined, and that's set based on discussion with DG CLIMA on a call-by-call basis. But the intention there is to give priority nonetheless to small-scale projects. Next slide, please. So with that in mind, thank you very much. We will follow with the slide on the website. I think that was missing from there. But in any case, there'll be contacts as to how one can access the website and sort of access the form and submit any requests or questions that you may have, and hope to see your application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie. Now we are going to listen to the experience of a project, which is VianaWave, which succeeded on resubmitting with support of a PDA. And we have with us Carl Pavia, which is the business developer of Core Power Ocean AB. So, Carl, floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So, yeah, I'm representing Core Power Ocean, and a bit of backstory. We are a technology developer of wave energy converters. And we are now finalizing our full technology demonstration program in 2027 to reach a certified and bankable product. And if you go to the next slide, please. I'm sure which is the first one. The next one, please. We applied for the Innovation Fund in 2022 with the idea to secure funding for a first pre-commercial wave energy pilot project, which we call VianaWave, but almost on a commercial scale. And I say almost on a commercial scale, as these arrays are kind of our building block for bigger commercial wave farms. And in our application, it was a 10 megawatt array of wave energy converters, so 28 of these machines. And we have chosen the same site where we're doing our current technology demonstration project in Viana do Castelo, north of Portugal, where we take advantage of the existing infrastructure and all the knowledge built up over the last years. But if we back up in the next slide to Innovation Fund 2022 for pilots, our application, we had a strong innovation grading, but as common for innovative deep tech, we had low financial maturity, which led us to not surpass the minimum threshold. And we were mainly lacking commitment from investors and a strategy to reach financial close to secure the remaining financing. So we had a letter of intent from an off-taker to partially purchase some of the electricity, but no equity investors or other committed financing for the main capex. So this is about how we received the support from the EIB through the Project Development Assistance Program to mainly strengthen our business case, but also to be able to get some support to reapply for the upcoming Innovation Fund. So in the next slide, we got assigned a German consulting firm with high financial expertise called Roland Berger, with the main goal to revise our financial material and strengthen it. So it was both from an internal perspective of the material we had, but also to improve it and understand it so we could then use it in the most efficient way for both as a material for investors and for the upcoming innovation application. And some examples of these can be like, as it was mentioned before, the strategy of financing, like equity debt ratio, what investors want to see, so equity cash flow specifically, or dividends or equity strategies, what banks want to see, so like debt service coverage ratio. So a lot of new KPIs that we really didn't think about. Other angles like the SPV buildup, assumptions to be considered for the financial modeling, and also understanding the relevant cost calculator, which sometimes can be a bit tricky. But if you go to the next slide, please. We had, I think, a weekly meeting or every second week. Well, it depended a bit on the period with Roland Berger. And we went from what I call like the simple financial model we had, which is basically project cash flows of OPEX and revenues, to a way more professional financial model. So where we included taxes, equity and debt strategies, dividends, what is a cash flow and what is just a balance sheet number. I'm like engineering background, like most of us in the startups in Core Power. So in general, it helped us a lot understanding better what for project finance is composed of, to then be able to use it in a more appropriate way when presented to the respective partners. And in the next slide, the main deliverables at the end throughout this like really tailored support, because they understood our business case, they went through our models. We got very specific like financial model that they helped us expand, but we also got one of their templates, for example. We got an updated investment deck, but more like project specific, which before was always like company specific, but now it was more project specific, and a lot of much more knowledge in the whole process of getting new investors on board, specifically for SPV buildup and project financing. And if you go to the next slide, please. This translated into mainly better communication with our partners. Of course, it's a combination of having worked with it for a longer period of time and becoming more mature overall in the vision of this project, as well as some technology advancements. But it really set a ground of confidence in our calculations and in the project strategy. So for the application in 2023, we managed to get one more off-taker on board, and since then additional. And as well, we got the equity partnership in the SPV, which I think definitely raised our financial maturity. And it also led us to start more serious discussions with banks and support from respective guarantee organisms and other actors. And we have now a bit less than 2 years to completely seal the financing to this project, which financial close is expected or is set for Q3 in 2027. But we are on a very good route towards it now and are confident with the material and the knowledge we have in project financing. So to sum it up, I think the PDA really did make us more mature in project finance. We still have some challenges ahead of getting officially a bankable project, but we receive a very valuable toolbox through this program that we believe that will take us all the way. So yeah, that's a bit of our story, and gladly take any questions.
Thank you very much, Carl. I don't see, they point me that there is one question on Slido. So I think we're going to see it on the screen. It's coming. Sorry, we have a technical problem here. So the question is about the PDA by the European Investment Bank, and is how many of the 62 projects supported until 2024 were successful with their following IF application, and from them, from which member states? I don't know whether, Julie, you have the information available at hand.
Yeah, the specific member states, no, not at hand. But there are different elements of success. So indeed, we had projects that were successful reapplicants to the Innovation Fund themselves. I think at the last count, there was about 8 to 10 or so that we knew of, but that doesn't include the latest call that occurred. So we are a few calls behind, let's say, in updating our slides. We do have a slide where we have the success story, so we can also include that in the slide deck that's sent out. But another element of success are projects that receive funding from Breakthrough Energy, having received PDA. There are projects that receive national recognition or regional or national grants on the back of having received PDA, because ultimately not every project chooses to reapply, but in general most do, and of which, to our understanding, the successes have varied from either receiving the grant itself or going onwards to receive funding elsewhere.
Okay, thank you very much, Julie, and thanks a lot as well to Carl. I think with this we conclude this session. I think it has been very useful, I'm sure, for future applicants. And now we're going to move to the next section, where we are going to listen to first the presentation on the project WasteLessDHS, who succeeded the first time in their application. And we have with us Jakub Kalitowski from Veolia Energia Warszawa Polska. Sorry, my Polish is not very good. So you finish.
Sure, no problem.
Welcome, Jakub.
Hi. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jakub Kalitowski. I am one of the internal grant managers for WasteLessDHS project. I don't see my presentation yet.
Sorry, I think the presentation is coming.
Okay.
Just a minute. No, but she said she will do it. I think it's being managed by our technical colleagues here in the room. No? Just a minute. Okay, they tell me that in Teams. Jakub, they tell me that you should see the presentation in Teams. I don't know whether you are connected to Teams.
I don't see it, unfortunately, but if everybody else sees that, then I think I can still start. Anyway,
okay, you just indicate, do you have a local copy?
yes, I have a local copy.
Maybe
so
you start with your local copy and you ask, when do you want us to pass the slides here in the room?
Okay.
Sorry about it.
Okay, thank you very much. No problem. Okay, so just to start once again, my name is Jakub Kalitowski. I'm representing Veolia Group here in Poland, and more specifically Veolia Energia Warszawa Spółka Akcyjna, which is the applicant for WasteLessDHS project. If I can, next slide, please. tell a bit. Okay. And so maybe to start, I would tell a couple of words about the project itself, what it's about, and what are the main goals of the project. Our main aim is to couple the decarbonization needs of district heating systems, in this specific case, the district heating system of the city of Warsaw, and the local data centers, in order to provide more affordable heat for our final consumers, and to safeguard the future development of Warsaw district heating system beyond 2035, when which is the deadline for the change in the definition of the efficient district heating systems. WasteLessDHS is a single entity project implemented solely by Veolia Energia Warszawa, which is the largest district heating system operator in the European Union. And just to showcase the challenge that we face, I have decided to include the general map, the general overview of our network, which covers about 80% of the heating needs of the city, and is present in the entire highly urbanized core of Warsaw, as shown on the map. Next slide, please. And this is our first attempt at, as has been said already, at applying for Innovation Fund. Also, our experience or exposure to other programs funded and coordinated by the European Commission is limited. However, we have significant experience in terms of utilization and application for state aid funded programs here locally in Poland. And one of our key assumptions was, and this is a reason why our experience might not be easily translatable to everybody else who is thinking about applying for Innovation Fund for the first time, was that we can use those existing practices that we have and the experience that we have in order to prepare this application, that we can adapt this experience. At the same time, we also see that since we are applying for many projects every year locally here in Poland, is that the companies that we work with, the contractors that we work with, who support us in those endeavors, do not really have much experience in terms of Innovation Fund. And also we have an internal non-written rule that whenever we try to apply for the first time to a new program to an institution that we have never worked before, we are trying to do that ourselves in order to learn on what to avoid and how to guide and cooperate with external consultants in order to facilitate that process in the future. And so for that reason, we have put ourselves in a position where we had to work with the projects which were already highly ready to be adapted to the requirements of the Innovation Fund, and also under a severe time constraint of I think 2 months before the deadline for applying for the final date for application, which has I will not enter into the details on how that happened, but this put a significant constraint on what we could have done and how would we approach to that, and also had influenced several key difficulties and issues that we have faced along the way. And so we have selected a project idea, which or actually a couple of ideas that there were floating around in the company, which had a high level of readiness in terms of the internal documentation. Sorry for that, not yet. Don't. If you could please return to the slide before. Once again, to the one that I was talking about. Yeah, thank you. So we have selected a group of projects which were highly ready in terms of the technical documentation and also the business idea itself, which could be adapted to the application documentation as required by the code documents. Among those projects, we have selected the one that's, in our opinion, had the highest chance to be compliant with the Innovation Fund rules, especially in terms of GHG emission avoidance, the cost effectiveness rule, etc., to then adapt the documentation in-house and to finalize the entire preparation process in 1.5 months. As you can see, it was a very challenging time frame, but we have managed. And so next slide, please. About the difficulties that it had caused, I will talk a bit later. But first, I wanted to talk a bit more about what went well and what helped us to finalize everything in such a short notice and to succeed. So the most important thing, and I cannot underline this enough, is that we had an experienced but yet dynamic and open-minded team. It's hard to tell how many people exactly worked on this proposal before we have decided that it even is a proposal to the Innovation Fund, but the application documentation itself, around 5 to 6 persons were involved in preparing and verifying the documentation that was needed for the application. This experience, but also open-mindedness, was important because while trying to apply our let's say business as usual, what we do in terms of stated aid-funded projects, we had to still keep in mind that there are some significant differences between one approach and the other. And so to navigate those issues that came along the way, it was very important not to think in from the perspective of the previous experiences only. Also, an important thing is that the documentation, the code documentation, is clear enough in terms of whenever there is something clearly defined in terms of the expectation of the European Commission, then by approaching that to the letter, there was not that many, I would say, doubts or issues in terms of how to define something, how to interpret something along the way. I said that the application process itself took us about 1.5 to 2 months, but the entire preparation process of this project took up to a year before we even decided to apply for Innovation Fund. So it's also important to underline that this preparatory process is crucial in terms of whether or not it is possible to succeed on the first try. Next slide, please. But as I said, the challenging timeline that we had caused several issues. Some of them were more important. Some of them were, let's say, minor difficulties, which did not pose any risk to the success of this project. One thing which was quite surprising or maybe paradoxical in this context is that since we were basing ourselves on the previous experiences, in completely different programs. What surprised us and what caused a lot of confusion was the high degree of freedom in the scope of required documentation, the supporting documentation, as well as some other methodological differences between how it's done here locally and what was expected in the call documentation for Innovation Fund. This has caused some confusion, which in connection with the other difficulties, especially the limited local support in terms of the availability of the knowledge of the existence, for example, of the local NCP and how to contact them, how to approach them, how can they help, etc. This has caused some difficulties on our end, which could have been avoided if the preparation process itself took a bit longer. By the point where we have identified things that were not sufficiently clear for us, the help desk on the side of the European Commission was already closed. So we had to basically do everything by intuition. But apparently our intuition was not wrong, since the project was chosen to be funded in this program. There were also some minor issues regarding the understanding of the documentation in terms of the requirements for additional supporting documents, or how to prepare, for example, the financial information form in the very specific context of our business practices. The documentation itself did not allow for much flexibility in that regard, which could have been avoided on one hand if some things were addressed differently at the stage of the proposal preparation itself. But then again, they are being taken care of in the grant agreement preparation process. Likewise, since my personal background is more in Horizon Life, what caused a bit of confusion was how to approach the issue of communication and dissemination of results. Is there a requirement for that? How far should we go? What deliverables are required in terms of that? And likewise, for example, another issue that we have faced was since it was a small-scale project, on how to approach the difference between how to approach the issue of the expected project lifetime for the purpose, for example, of the GHG emissions calculation, and the expected project duration of 3 years. So this was not 100% clear on our end, and also caused some confusion during the preparation process and in the grant agreement preparation. Next slide, please. With all that in mind, I would like to leave you with two key thoughts from our experience. One thing is that it is possible to prepare the documentation defined as everything that you have to submit in funding and tenders portal on a fairly short notice, but only if you have already made the work to clearly define what the project is about, and you have identified every single aspect that is relevant from the perspective of the evaluation process, as well as in terms of the financial setup of the project. And the second thought is that if you follow the documentation to the letter, then there is a higher chance that you will be able to succeed even on the first try. Thank you very much. I hope that somebody will be able to build up on our experience and use that in their own journey in this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jakub, for this testimony and presenting us the experience. I'm sure it's going to be extremely valuable for other people who are thinking of applying. And it shows that if you have an idea of what you intend to do, as you have said, you can do it even in a short time. So now we're going to move to another project, which is Greenfield Biogas, which is a project that failed the first time, but resubmitted and was successful. And I believe we have with us Michel Talbot and Michael Hellenkamp, who are both from this project. So the floor is yours.
Very good. Can you hear us?
Yes,
Michael?
we can hear you.
Yeah.
So
We can hear,
if
I
you
can
just
hear you
move
too.
to the next slide.
Good. Awesome.
So the project is about the mill in Château-Thierry in France, somewhere between Paris and Reims. If you move to the next slide again, please.
Yeah, a very warm welcome here also from my side here to the call event for the Innovation Fund 2025 Net Zero Technology Call. And my name is Michael Hellenkamp, and I'm working for Planet Biogas. Planet is one of the global leaders in anaerobic digestion. So we have done more than 600 projects and have 400 excellent skilled employees to do successful projects here in anaerobic digestion and also service of those facilities, especially for organic waste streams. And yeah, we are happy that we found with WEPA a great partner to launch here the first new innovation, what we'll tell in a minute about.
Just to tease the audience. So WEPA, family-owned company, more than 4,000 employees in Europe, 14 sites across 6 countries. We are into the hygiene, paper, tissue, made of pulp, and especially recycled fiber, where we play a very strong role and market also. So yes, that's us in a nutshell. If we move to the next slide, please. So together, we also had very strong partners. We'll see later how we got the score, the second attempt, and how we won the grant. So we have P&O, a very, very strong grant applicant consultant with a very good track record, been around for quite some number of years. And also Tilia, with whom WEPA has been working on several of the projects. They are with us in the project for more than 4 years. And we also had in Extenso for a specific element of the grant where they also own some very good expertise. So it was really done together with all those partners. We move to the next slide.
Yeah, on this slide, we want to give you a quick introduction into what is the project about. So it started already in 2013 when we have acknowledged with stakeholders from the paper industry that there is a non-used organic waste stream into waste paper recycling facilities. And this waste stream is called paper sludge. And it still contains an energy yield. However, the paper sludge is very wet. So that means not everything can be done with it. And the idea was born to produce biogas out of that. Pulp and paper industry is by nature energy intensive, and it would be a great solution for the industry if this waste stream can be utilized to produce biogas and to run the paper machines or to fuel the paper machines, the heat, the boilers with biogas. And that being said, after a lot of innovation and research and development and the typical steps to define this technology, in 2021 we started to look on first industrial scale-up of the facility, of the solutions. And with WEPA together, we have found the site in Château-Thierry, which was a very good opportunity to showcase that first time. What is the innovation behind this? The innovation is that we are able to monodigest the paper sludge and doesn't need any co-products and produce quite high biogas and methane yields, which can reduce the carbon footprint of the pulp and paper industry, as well as secure energy supply. For this exact example in Châteauterry, the process will produce approximately 70 gigawatt of renewable natural gas, and that is about 65 to 70% of the plant needs in natural gas. So that means it has a significant impact. I think that's all about that. And please, next slide. From the history of this project, we first time applied in the 2023 call, and we failed in the 2023 call. So what was the biggest hurdles first time? So we started and really didn't have a lot of time to put an application together, and also the full understanding was not there. However, I think we managed to put in a very good proposal and achieved, I don't know, it was in the high 50s, 58, 59 points. However, we had, we applied with I think it was a roughly 35 million capex project into the large scale program. At that time there was the mid scale not there, and because the large scale is highly innovative, highly competitive, it was difficult to be successful. However, I think there was good feedback from the evaluators on where our application missed points, and I think as coupled project we failed also on one minimum threshold into the financial maturity category. So we scored 2, and 3 had been needed. Beside of that, we were still promiseful or wishful that we can achieve it another time. However, we decided to pause a year, not to apply into the next round, to further advance the project development. So that means we did further work on permitting, further work on pre-FEED studies, capex estimations, financial maturity, and also we improved, started some replicability studies that we have full kit for another application. And with really strong support of P&O and Telia, we managed then really to score into the 2025 results really great. I cannot say that differently. So we knew the project by itself has a couple categories where we by nature cannot point maximum, so like absolute greenhouse gas emissions avoidance, and also the cost efficiency ratio was difficult for us. But the other ones we prepared really to score as good as possible, and with the support of P&O, we put a very good application in, and then also we managed the financial maturity, which was by nature the biggest task, especially on substantiation of the assumptions what we put into the business models. So like letter of supports, bank letters, potential backflow solutions with shareholder loans, and so on and so on. This was the biggest piece, the biggest hurdle to come around. For sure, also the project replicability was a big piece, but we had prepared on that on the way with a couple of market studies that we can really properly substantiate these solutions. Yeah, beside of that, I think when we really look on the way to it, the first application was a really lot of work without a good consultant, impossible. The second application was also a lot of work. So we thought it was still good now, but our consultants told us, yeah, no, here and there and this, and was still a lot of work. But we are glad and thankful that we had this year a positive result from the evaluation period. And then I think go to the next slide. And Michelle, you have the last words. Michelle, you are on mute.
Oops, sorry. As Michael already mentioned, some of those bullet points. Also, the previous two projects, some of these were mentioned. I think, choosing the right partner. The financial resource at a time of the year where usually these are not available, that is Q1, because it's financial year end, fiscal, filing, etc., is crucial. And usually you don't have that extra resource. So you need to create that space with having those resources, especially from a finance, but also engineering, legal, etc. Efficient team that was mentioned also in the other project with, open for challenge, not only from the consultant, as Michael said, but between us, to get to better results. So we also promoted some face-to-face workshop because there's a lot you can do with teams, but sometimes, half a days on very technical matters can make a big difference. We didn't mention the support from PDA here. I'm thinking, Michael, of the replicability and also of some of the financial model. They pointed out to some of the, weakness and things to improve early on. That was also very good. And also, last but not least, working with the local community when you have such project, whereas the mayor, the other authorities, water authorities, whatever, it's very, very important to work with you to develop the permitting and all the things that needs to be looked at properly so that, they are together in the project, so to speak. I don't know if, Michael, if there's anything else you wish to mention on the learnings.
Yeah, maybe I think maybe one thing to add here, and that is, let's call it a little information to the EU Innovation Fund. So for us, what was for us a very difficult decision. So it's consuming resources and also financial resources to put an application together. And after the first submission, we had no chance to see where we are. Yeah, so is this good? Do we have a realistic chance to become awarded again, or to become awarded? And so it would help, I think, so a lot of other companies, applicants, if there would be a little bit more openness on, let's call it, the minimum points into each scale, which was at that time required to be successful. I think that would help then if you're in the range of 60 plus minus, to see, okay, we have here a couple things to improve, we have here a couple things to improve. That would also easier discussion to make funds available by the project sponsors. And I think that would be very helpful for deciding to resubmit.
Indeed.
And that's it. So any questions, we are welcome to answer those.
Okay, thank you very much, both Michelle and Michael. I think you have given really useful information, as well as Jakub, who can be extremely helpful for other people to apply. We understand that the feedback that you receive in the evaluation report has helped you a lot as well on how to improve the second submission. And these two examples, I think they complement a bit the opportunities that exist for the projects which are not big corporations with big and really large projects. So it has been an example of the medium size, which, yes, is relatively new, but it can be of interest, your experience for other potential applicants, and the previous one on a small scale. So my colleagues are telling me that there are no questions through Slido, but thank you very much. I really believe that this is really valuable information for potential applicants. And with this, we're going to close this session, and we go to the next one, which is about the NCPs. And my colleague Lucie Rabier from DG CLIMA is going to tell us about the national contact points and how they support applicants. Lucie.
Good afternoon, everyone. So indeed, in this last part, we will present you another way to get support through the application process. These are national contact points. Oh. Sorry. So what is the role of national contact points, also called NCPs? NCPs are intermediaries between you, project applicants, the European Commission, DG CLIMA and CINEA, and the national authorities. They can support you before applying, during the application, and after application. So before application, first and foremost, they can help you to get access to all relevant information and material. And they can also help you to decide whether to apply or not by helping you to assess if your application is suitable or not. During the application process, they can also support you, reply to your questions, and if your proposal is not suitable, NCPs can also redirect you towards like other European source of fundings or other national funding schemes. And after application, they can also assist you with reporting, with co-financing roles, also navigating permitting issues whenever possible. Where can you find information on the national contact points? So their contact details are available on our website. On the Innovation Fund homepage, you will find a subsection entitled National Contact Points, and if you click on it, then you will get access to the list of national contact points organized by countries, and you can, from there, contact them directly via email. Another interesting opportunity to get support through the application process are also national info days. So along these online info days, NCPs are organizing national info days. So far, we have 24 national info days being organized. The dates are also available on the European Commission website. And we will publish, as soon as they are made available, further information, such as the link to register, keeping in mind that from one country to the other, the format can vary. So some national info day will be held in person, some other only online. And yeah, as mentioned, we will publish further information, but in the meanwhile, please do not hesitate to contact directly your national contact point to know more about this opportunity and to register to the event. Along the national info days organized in parallel, you can have access to orientation dialogues. So these orientation dialogues are available for any potential applicants. They consist in 25 minutes dialogue with CINEA and DG CLIMA colleagues to orient potential applicants on their suitability to the Innovation Fund. So you can present your projects and get official guidance and ask any specific question you may have about your application. So due to limited capacity to register to this opportunity, you need to apply directly by contacting your national contact point. And yeah, this last slide to stress on the fact that the role of national contact points does not stop with application. They can indeed help you after application in case of successful or unsuccessful application. So for instance, NCPs can help you to understand the evaluation summary report. They can help you also through the grant agreement preparation. And if the project is on reserve list, they can also, as mentioned earlier, direct you towards other national funding schemes. So we strongly encourage you to reach out to your NCPs, even though you do not have yet specific questions or requests, but just to inform them that you are considering to apply to the Innovation Fund. And here we can also strongly encourage you to tick the box on the application form part B to allow for information sharing with member states by selecting the appropriate option. This is really important because it helps your NCP to be aware that you exist and to get a clear picture of what is happening at a national level so that to offer the best possible support. And on this, I'm now handing over to the Italian NCP, Flavia Gangale, and the French NCP, Fabien de la Falise, who will share their experience as NCP and provide some more concrete example of how they can help you. Floor is yours, Flavia.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Flavia Gangale, and I work at the Italian Ministry of the Environment and Energy Security in the team responsible for the implementation of the European Union emission trading system. And the national contact point for the Innovation Fund for Italy is embedded in the ETS team. My colleague Daniele Villoresi and I are responsible for its management. Well, before I start with this short presentation, I just want to thank DG CLIMA and CINEA for the opportunity to take part in this event and for the continuous and constructive support that they provide to national contact points to carry out their activities. Next slide, please. Okay, so since the start of its activities, the National Contact Point has seen a significant expansion of its role and functions. We have moved from sporadic interactions with project applicants and occasional participation in external events to a much more structured and demanding activity, which now includes the organization of at least 3 nationwide information and engagement events annually, including the National Info Day, but also about 80 one-to-one meetings with prospective applicants and participation in numerous events organized by industry associations and other stakeholders. Next slide, please. So now we believe, or at least we like to believe, that our efforts are contributing to deliver tangible results. The number of Italian projects selected has increased steadily since 2020, with a particularly strong outcome in the IF25 NZT call, which resulted in a record of 11 selected projects. And to date, Italy counts 24 selected projects, including the 4 projects selected under the IF24 call, which brings the country just behind Spain and France in terms of the total number of selected projects. As you can also see from the graph below, this good number of selected projects corresponds to a high number of submissions, 123 for Italy, And for us, it's actually very important to stress that there is usually positive correlation between the number of submissions and the number of selected projects. So it is important for the national contact point to support the highest number of applications across project categories and across sectors. But despite this positive results, there's also another side of the medal, which is not that bright, let's say. First of all, the strong number of selected projects does not translate into a comparable level of financial support. Italian ongoing projects account for about 300 million euros in grants, which is a significant amount of funding, of course, but it is significantly lower than that awarded to projects located in other countries which are comparable for GDP or verified emissions, like, for example, Germany, France, or Spain. And adding the results of the IF24 call doesn't really change the picture dramatically. Next slide, please. This finding is largely due, we believe, to the type of projects selected in Italy, which are predominantly small-scale projects, that is, projects with a total capital expenditure not exceeding 20 million euros. And Italian projects are quite peculiar in a sense that they tend to be small, even within the small-scale category, with an average grant size of around 3 million. So this situation highlights one of the key challenges of the Italian context, that is the relatively low level of ambition of project proposals, which stems from a variety of factors, of course, including still the limited awareness of the opportunities offered by the Innovation Fund, but also from more structural characteristics of the national business environment, like, for example, difficulties related to access to finance, regulatory complexity, the long development timelines of larger scale projects, but also the fragmentation of the industrial fabric, which is dominated by small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, with limited financial capacity and risk-bearing ability. Next slide, please. Other challenges that emerge from the available data are, for example, the strong geographical concentration of selected projects in the north of the country, while the center and the south still lag behind. This map is updated with the results of the IF23 call, but the results of the IF24 call do not change the map very much. Another important challenge is the sectoral distribution of selected projects. As you can see from this chart, there are some sectors which are absent or underrepresented, some of them very important for the national economy and for its decarbonization. For example, the biofuels and biorefinery sector, or the pulp and paper, or also the cement and lime, even though with the IF24, one project in the cement sector was added to the list. And finally, another important challenge is the fact that SMEs' participation remains limited. Small and medium-sized enterprises, in fact, account for only a small share of applicants to the Innovation Fund and an even smaller share of successful beneficiaries. Only 6% of beneficiaries are, in fact, SMEs in Italian projects. Next slide. Okay, so all these challenges, of course, cannot be solved at the level of the NCP. We are quite aware of that, so we're trying to open a broader reflection at ministerial level on how to address them, acknowledging, however, that many of these challenges cannot be solved in a short period of time. So meanwhile, as national contact point, we are focusing on the actions which are within our remit, and in particular, we are intensifying efforts to disseminate knowledge of the Innovation Fund, also through sector-specific events involving different stakeholders, including the banking sector, which is very important in our view. We're trying to organize more regional events in collaboration with local institutions and again with industry associations, of course, to try to address the strong geographical concentration of selected projects, and we build in synergies with other institutional actors involved in the promotion of industrial investments through national and EU funding instruments. And last but not least, we're trying to reach out and engage more and more SMEs. Next slide, please. Okay, so why are we trying to reach out more SMEs? Basically, because we believe that they can play a very important role in promoting innovation and in the uptake of the technologies that are very much needed for the decarbonization of the economy. In fact, SMEs represent the backbone of the national economy, as the economy of many other member states in the European Union, and they operate across all sectors. They play a crucial role in industrial supply chains as suppliers, subcontractors, or component producers, and they are very often highly innovative, flexible, and fast in adopting new technologies, often faster than larger and therefore more rigid industrial players. But on the other side, on the other hand, they still lack adequate information and struggle with human and financial resources and with project complexity. And they also lack networks for large-scale consortia of projects. Next slide, please. So what are we doing to address these challenges and what we plan to do in the future? So we intend, of course, to continue in our current activities, first of all, in targeted outreach for SMEs. Since 2024, we have duplicated efforts and complemented the National Info Day with a second event specifically designed and dedicated to SMEs, organized in cooperation with the main industry association and with local institutions and stakeholders. And we intend to keep on doing that for the future. But we will also keep on with the tailored guidance to SMEs, providing one-to-one meetings where we explain the core features, the eligibility and selection criteria, and the common pitfalls and lessons learned. Demand for this kind of service has grown steadily over time, and the last couple of years we held about 30 of such meetings with SMEs. And finally, when the Innovation Fund is not the right or the most suitable instrument, we actively redirect project promoters to more appropriate funding opportunities. Well, in the future, we plan to build on what we already do, of course, but we plan to improve targeted outreach with increasing the number of SMEs-focused events, particularly in promising and SMEs-intensive sectors. And we also plan to develop a matchmaking and networking service to help SMEs connect with industrial partners and investors. And finally, we also intend to improve coordination with other EU-funded programs, particularly with Horizon Europe, but not only. Next slide, please. Okay, so I think I've already told you enough about what NCPs can do. Now I just want to spend a couple of words on what companies can do to help the NCP to grow and always better and stronger service to support their participation in the Innovation Fund. So first of all, contact your NCP early enough to receive timely guidance on open calls, because as it has been said and highlighted, drafting a successful proposal is very challenging and it requires a lot of time and resources. There have been cases when we've been contacted by prospective applicants just a couple of weeks before the call deadline, and of course at that time it is too late for us to give you some help. Even just to request a simple support letter, we really advise you to get in touch with us well in advance. Then, of course, it is important to keep the NCP updated throughout the entire process, from proposal design to project implementation, because we can help in different steps of this process. And when we cannot directly help you, we can redirect you to the competent offices. And it is also important that you share your questions and needs related to the Innovation Fund with us, because some of these questions might have already been addressed in the past, and we might have already an answer without, or at least while you wait for the official feedback from the Innovation Fund help desk. And for those questions for which we cannot provide an immediate answer, it is anyhow very important for us to be kept in the loop so that we can keep on improving and strengthening the service. And finally, also sharing the evaluation summary report with us is very important, because it's an extra tool to strengthen our support. I think I can close my presentation with this. If there is any question, I'll be glad to answer it. Thank you.
Thank you, Flavia. I think we're going to pass directly to Fabien, who is, I understand, with us already, and then we'll see if there is any question at the end of the session. Fabien, the floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
We have a very low sound. I don't know if you can do anything about it.
Okay. I heard you. Okay, my name is Fabien de la Famille. I am the head of innovation mission, the French.
Sorry, Fabien, can you speak a bit louder? We can hardly hear you.
Yes, I tried. My name is Fabien de la Famille. I am the head of innovation mission in the French Ministry of Transition Ecology, and I'm also the French contact point. So we can move to the next slide. The French National Contact Point, please. In France, the National Contact Point is attached to the ministry responsible for energy and climate, and works closely with a number of key players, in particular the carbon market experts. I work also with the chief executive, like an advisor. At the level of the chief executive office, the National Contact Point has a 360-degree view of all energy and climate issues and makes networking easier. I would like to say the National Contact Point is not a counter, nor an instructor. The National Contact Point is like a general coach that aims to support and help carry projects. We encourage French applicants to make themselves known to the NCP. But why contact French NCPs? We give you the big pictures and the game plan about your project. We bring a broad, strategic view of the topic and a deep understanding of both European and national funding programs. We help connect the dots between codes, including links with national support framework. We move projects between all the players for regulatory, financial, and policy experts. We train and support the players. I mean, we can organize workshops for specific sectors like maritime, aviation. We work hand in hand with French key players like BPI France, Caisse de dépôt, and also all ministries. We offer directly access to experts on public administration when deeper clarification is needed. In France, I like to think of the NCPC as a soccer coach for the national teams, like it's a good pictures about good job. If you move to the next slide, I want to say 2 words about your impact. So this slide shows you some figures that highlight the work of the national contact points in France. 120 meetings with applicants during the last year. It represents 70% of applicants get in touch with the national contact points. 16 French grantors, representing 6 small and medium-sized firms. So the message I would like to say for applicants is don't be discouraged. A larger proportion of the grantors apply several times. Never give up. If you move to the next slide, I just want to say 2 words about our National Day, please. It's in France is an important moment, bringing together applicants with private funders and other bodies that can help you in your application. One for Day will take place on 16 January 2026. So don't hesitate to come. We will offer you a coffee, of course. Thank you very much for your hearing. I'm giving the floor back now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabien. I think it has been extremely helpful to listen directly from you and from Flavia what you are doing in your member states to support applicants and how engaged you are and increasing the way you are providing this support. Indeed, very useful to underline that the National Info Days will be coming in January and February in most of the member states. And now I'm looking to my colleagues in charge of Slido. I think we have a question. Okay. The sheer workload and level of expertise to just manage the application process severely limits the abilities of small enterprises. As you can see from the successful applications, they have significant capacity to dedicate teams long-term on applications. What is being done to address this? Okay, I would like to say that first of all, yes, I mean, the application process is exigent. We demand robust applications, but it is not that different to what you would need to do if you go to a bank or to a financial organization to finance a project like this. I mean, it's true we have an added request, which is linked to the GSG reduction, but we are as well providing and making support available for the calculation of your GSG emissions reduction. And on top of that, I think we have listened today to experience from some projects who manage, being a small scale, really to succeed. So it is possible. We are trying to do as much as we can, and you have seen that we have a new bonus point for SMEs, so small enterprises. We are as well working together with the national contact points. We have listened to both how they are working and with the SMEs inside their member states, and colleagues from DG CLIMA and from CINEA are working closely as well with the NCPs to try to support them as much as possible in their knowledge on the program, in developing different support elements that can help them to help, if I may use the same word, at local level in helping and supporting SMEs. So I would say that we are conscious. Obviously, it is clearly more difficult for an SME than for a large corporation, but we are trying to improve. We see that we are getting some proposals which are good, so there is indeed an opportunity for these SMEs to apply and to present competitive proposals. And we hope that in this call that is now open, and will close on the 23rd of April. We'll get more proposals from SMEs, obviously as well from other companies, but since we are now speaking about SMEs. And I think with this, I would like to close. I think we have run a bit over the time foreseen, but it is always a bit tricky when you have connection from different places and from people who are not in the room. But we very much appreciate the effort that has been done by the projects and the speakers from outside to participate in this afternoon session. We have again on the screen the Slido code and the opportunity for you to remind to connect and to give us feedback. I mean, we are extremely happy to get from you information on what we can do better in the next occasion. From my side here, besides thanking you for being there with us, we hope that the day has been informative and useful for you. We believe there is a lot of information that has been provided and that will be made available in the coming days online. As it has been said, there are information days coming at national level in January and February, and you have the calendars in the website of CINEA and CLIMA. We will have the Clean Tech Conference in the month of May. And I think we also, again, would like to remind you that in order to have good projects, we need as well good evaluators. So please spread the word around, and if you know people who could be interested, invite them to apply. And I think you have there links to where to find the information. The slides will be made available in the coming days. We would like, again, to thank you for being there. We would like to convey our best wishes for the end of the year. We hope that you, besides working on preparing your presentations and your applications, you will also have time to rest a bit. And I would like to thank colleagues here, because you have seen a small number of projects who have, a small number of colleagues who have been talking to you today, but again, there is around more than 20 people in the back office, and thanks to them, we have been able to answer your questions on Slido. So yeah, we wish you a good afternoon, and we close here this session. Thank you very much.